go.
What up?
Ta-da!
Hello. Welcome back.
Nothing like a Valentine's Day D&D set.
Happy Valentine's Day, guys.
Fucking vomit.
Thanks.
I got you
Just
all
a-
roses.
We've got
Got
Jess
everybody
dressed up
hearts.
so spectacularly with all her hearts and facial jewelry and stuff. I've got the Valentine's Day Guess I'll Die shirt. So
Bayern Munich beat PSG today. Huge in Champions Cup, so go Bayern.
nothing to do with Valentine's Day, Michael.
Yeah. Their color's red. Bayern Munich is red and white. Does that count?
So relevant. All right.
Sure.
So I've got a quick recap of last session. Or we could let Theo do it his way.
It's probably best if this campaign we don't do Theo's speed read run of events.
All right, we'll save that for our own before the stream.
It's Kami.
Our own
I want
amusement.
Kami's recap.
Yeah.
So last session, each of the party members, for reasons of their own, made their way to the Xenia Academy in the city of Gel Lida, along the western coast of the continent of Sordoom. While some of the party went to meet with Professor Ceterius Mon, a professor of restorative studies at the academy, it became apparent that some sort of accident occurred in his lecture hall, as his body was discovered eviscerated by beasts who eventually revealed themselves as zombified cave fishers. As the group began to fight off the undead beasts, the body of the professor rose from the ground, seemingly animated by some glowing blue light that shone through his eyes. Noticing a connection between the light within the arisen corpse of the professor and a large telescope-like contraption by the window, Whirl destroyed the contraption, temporarily hindering the professor. However, when he was struck by a Call Starlight spell from Ziggy, the body of the professor seemed to course with renewed energy and proceeded to explode in radiant energy after it was dealt a final fatal blow.
Got fucked up.
The guards, accompanied by the headmistress of the academy, arrested the group, holding you all temporarily so that they could question you. Once that was done, they agreed to let you all go, but ordered you all to remain in the city until the city guard could complete their investigation and determine what happened and who was involved. You all eventually retired to the Inn of the Visionaries, where you met one of apparently a few Terrell Bluffs, who suggested that there might be some work for a capable group of individuals like yourselves here in the city, so long as you're stuck. And I believe you all retired for the evening. Zahir made his way back to the pit, where he has a room that he stays in. However, he was asked to leave while the city guard was conducting their investigation at the pit due to the connection between Zahir, the pit, and what went on at the academy with the professor. And so I believe, Zahir, you found your way to the Desa slums for the evening, where you managed to find somewhere that you could try and stay relatively warm, relatively dry. Yeah, if there's nothing that you guys wanted to deal with overnight, we can pick up on the next day, and the day is yours. The time is yours in the city.
So we get a long rest, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Because Ziggy, my friend, those sweet HP points, I'm sure are badly needed.
I am fine. I'm fine, man. It's gonna be good. You said I could have the bed, right?
I did, yeah. I believe I slept on some like a bedroll or something on the ground. So
definitely need the bed. I was at 3 hit points.
Now, do they have beds for people who are 8 feet tall? Is the question.
See, I can do this thing, and then I just alter myself, and I just shrink down to like 6 feet tall. I'm like, I can make myself smaller. It's just like not what I usually look like, you know?
Well, I mean, we do also know that Whirl also has the ability to shrink so down to her little Professor Zombie.
But yeah, no, I prefer to like just be me. So, but for the bed, I don't want to like break it, you know. So I'm just gonna like make myself smaller. So
for the best as well, because the beds are not made for somebody of that size. Even Kami, even you are like, if you were to sleep in one of the beds, it's not really meant for you.
I'm used to it when I travel. It's fine.
So you guys
Free.
are able to, if you want to head downstairs in the inn, or if you want to head out into the city, whatever you guys want to do.
We said we were gonna meet here, right? So I guess I'll go downstairs to try and get some breakfast and see if Whirl or Zaire are here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Whirl is up bright and early already in the inn, waiting for the rest of the group. Very impatiently.
Kami is sleeping in, taking his sweet ass time, getting up and getting ready.
And Maeve is sitting in bed with her book, her spell book, 2 spell books, and she's just copying over some spells into her own book while reading her father's spell book in front of her. Just not really minding where Ziggy goes.
Ziggy, if you head downstairs, you'd see Whirl already down there, as well as Terrell Bluff, who is now has donned what must have been some sort of curtain at some point. It was a very purple, like patterned that she's sort of wrapped around almost like a toga sash, and is wearing what looks like some sort of floral headdress, and is just sort of walking her way through, greeting the guests who have awoken, and she's got a bowl of fruit that she's sort of walking around with, and just sort of like handing fruit out to all these other guests at the inn.
Aww. Can I have some fruit?
She kind of does like a little like prance step and just like holds out what looks like an apple to you. Says, "Good morning."
Whoa, it's a lot of energy real early, but hi.
It's
You know what
exhausting.
that story reminded me of, Eric?
What?
When the sun comes up, bright and beaming. Sorry. Go.
Yes, no, she kind of comes over to you, hands you the apple, and is just like, "Yep, it's exhausting, but they love it."
It's got well,
Smiling just with her mouth, like not her eyes.
there is no war in Bossing Fair. Well, thank you for the apple. Do I tip you? I don't have money. Kavar or the Kami said that like he was gonna pay for me, so like put it on his tab, I guess.
Got it. Anything else I can get you this morning?
Oh no, I'm good. Thanks so.
Very well. And she kind of like prances away to keep greeting the rest of the guests, who, by the way, are all dressed similar to her, but way less ironically.
And then in that moment, Kami is gonna come down the stairs, and he walking into this room filled with people, artists, creatives, dressed in ways that are meant to be like expressive and send a message. Kami like rolls in the room, like his vest like slung over his shoulder, hair all messed up on top of his head, and just like, "Oh, good morning. Who wants breakfast?"
I already got I got an apple.
That's not enough food. Just 1 apple?
Yep. Well, for now, dude.
You're like massive. You're like 17 tons.
I'm more of just like a snacker throughout the day. I'm not like a big meal guy.
That's good. They used to tell us, it's better for you to have like multiple small meals spread throughout the day. You know, it's better for you than
Yeah, man,
gorging yourself.
that's how I get my energy. Also these, and I pull out more of the mushrooms.
So, Kami, as you find your way downstairs, and you kind of loudly announce your presence, advertently or inadvertently, there's kind of like whispers and like gazes that kind of start to go your way. As an individual of a typically closed off culture, you are somewhat of like a rarity and therefore interesting to these people. So you kind of hear whispers and you hear like, oh, he's Tavoro, like he's from one of the houses. And just kind of like whispers and stuff. And it's just, people are just kind of looking like they find you interesting simply because you are new and of a culture that they are not typically exposed to.
I'm sure Ziggy sees this. Kami, right over his head.
Like
Right
you,
over his head.
yeah. Oh, I thought you were like immediately getting like well put together, and you're like, nope, just.
No. Kami is not the most observant with with a passive perception of 8. He's not particularly keen on like picking up on these little things around him unless someone basically points them out to him. Especially in this moment when all he wants is food. So he strolls right through, and even as the eyes follow him, his eyes are set on Terrell, who placed his order for breakfast.
Yeah, and it's
Whirl's gonna see you kind of coming down the stairs and almost like flutter up to you and give you a little shove and say, "Good morning. I hope you slept well."
Oh, good morning, Swipes. Yes, I slept great. Thank you. How was your tree nap?
Oh, I really enjoyed the tree. Thank you for asking. I guess I'll be on my way this morning. Enjoy your breakfast. Or don't.
Wait, whoa, where are you going? Where are you headed off to? We're supposed to, once you're going to help us with helping the other Terrell on the other side of town with her other inn.
Yeah, I'll be there. I think it's best for now though if I get you in doses. I think we'll start off slow.
You're not a very
Wow.
You're not a very trusting person, are you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
it's okay. It's nice.
well,
Just
I
explore
look
or
you
do
I
your own
look
thing.
you dead in the eyes and I say, well, I trust you wholeheartedly, and I am being genuinely truthful.
And Kami's like looking down at the two of them like,
around this time, Terrell, seeing you come downstairs, makes her way over to you, Kami. Again, as it is not a secret that you've come down to sort of the tavern part of the inn. And she kind of walks up and again sort of drops her charade. She says, "Can I get you anything this morning?"
oh, Terrell, yes, please, I am starving. Can I please have, I could use a biggest omelet you can fit in your biggest pan. Lots of mushrooms and cheese, and vegetables. Some ground meat to put on top. That sounds very good. Some milk to wash it all down with. A nice cold glass of milk. Whatever your basic like all around breakfast is for your patrons.
Got it.
Thank
And
you.
she kind of scurries to the back, and you hear, "Oh, make it all!"
Oh, I love that Terrell. She's so good to me.
Yeah, so there's a little while there while your food is being prepared. And after a short while, she comes back out with just a massive platter of food with all of the things that you mentioned, roughly. And
it's like that scene from every anime where like the hearts come up behind him and like his eyes like go big.
It's all very very Studio Ghibli food too, you know. It's and so she kind of sets the tray down and says, apologies. I don't know if I ever got your name when you all first checked in.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to, mislead you in any way. I am Kamidreth of House Bar of the Todoro, but all my friends just call me Kami. I think we're friends. Yeah, you can call me Kami too. And then the...
I'd certainly not want to be your enemy. That's for sure.
This is why I like you, Terrell. You're so good like that. And then, of course, the elven girl that I brought with me, that's Maeve. And then the tall one, that sparkles because he sparkles. And then I don't know if you met Feathers. Feathers was here for a minute and then he left. And then Swipes was in the tree.
Very good. Well, Kami, is it? Yes. All of this here, happy to provide it on the house, so long as you all pay a visit, perhaps over to our sister inn on the other side of town. I know we had discussed that it seems that they could certainly use, I think, the help over there. And so I'm happy to comp your meal here if I can maybe just get you to go talk to them. It seems like maybe you guys would be a good fit for what they have going on, as most of my other customers are obviously not.
Terrell, you put all this food in front of me. I will travel to the end of the world, wherever you tell me to go.
Just the other side of the city will do.
I can do that for you, Taro, absolutely.
Wow. Enjoy the food, and I'll tell Terrell that to expect a large individual named Kami to come calling.
Absolutely.
Enjoy your meal. And she kind of turns around and heads back in towards the kitchen. And you see as she flips the sign on the kitchen door to closed. Apparently, you're out of food.
When he gets back to the table, I'm gonna be like, "You're gonna eat all that? Like
Of
right
course,
now?"
It's breakfast. It's I can't. What do you want me to be hungry for the whole rest of the day? That would be bad for everybody. Trust me.
That's true. I don't know, man.
I should probably. I'll
I'd feel
probably
real
save
bloated. I'd have no room for
for
beer.
one apple.
I should say that like I am large and I'm like I am the definition of big boned. Like I am I am like skin and bones, but my bones are large.
Is it like that thing with you where like you're not supposed to give cows certain food because then they get all bloated and their stomach can't handle it? Is that like, are you in
I
this?
don't think so. So I have been compared to a cow before. That I don't.
I thought you were like a moose or like a buffalo.
Yep. So those are the three common ones. I don't actually know what I am, but I don't. Thank you to the professors. I know I don't share characteristics with either three animals. So.
100%.
Very interesting.
Bruh.
Well, I pick I dig through my omelet and I pull out like a sliver of like a pepper or something, and I'm like toss it. Like, well, here, have something more. That's one apple's not going to last you all day. You need to have something.
No, I mean I was gonna eat more. I was gonna find some nuts and get some, probably just some grains. I really like just eating some bread. Is good. I don't need to. It's a lot of protein. I don't have like anywhere for that to go. Like the protein poops are no joke, dude. Like you need to be doing something with that protein, otherwise it just goes straight through you. And like
What?
I'm weak. I have a -1 strength modifier. Like I'm not a beefy boy. But I
See, all the more reason to have the protein. It's going to make you a lot stronger.
Are you gonna train me, dude? Like you gonna personally train me and get me in shape?
Well, I am doing that right now with Maeve. We're training her in combat, and she's getting better. I can help you as well if you want.
Hey, I'm always down to learn.
And I think at this point, May is going to very quietly and stealthily try and get down the stairs, but trying to be as quiet as possible. And she's gonna look at the big amphibian that's on her shoulder and be like, "Okay, Lynn, we can do this. We can do this. Let's go. Let's go." And then I'm gonna try and quickly and quietly get slink my way in right next to Kami. This is what I do. Not making eye contact with anyone else.
Notice that there is still people, because again, these are very judgmental people. They are just kind of looking at you as you walk past, and well, you don't see it because your head is down. You do hear whispers, and is she an elf? Is she from the east? Where is she? Where's she from? And then kind of just whispers like that as you're heading over to Kami.
Meanwhile, Whirl enters back in and she's watching Maeve try to sneak. I'm not gonna say anything, but just watching.
Yeah. I feel like it's not hard to clock her, right?
Yeah, absolutely not.
I'm just gonna yell at her. I just feel like, hey, May, what's up? You want some breakfast? This guy, Kami, just ordered the entire kitchen.
I have food if you're hungry. You should eat something. You and your frog should have some breakfast.
Loon first.
Maeve, you good? You okay?
Yeah. Yeah. I've done this before.
Okay.
Well, maybe you should please help yourself to anything that I have in front of me. I have some omelets, some vegetables and fruit, some meat, some milk.
Can I very much tell that she is really uncomfortable and is not used to being in this place?
I think you would probably you haven't really known her that long to be able to tell. So you can't really tell if it's just how she is, if there's something particular going on.
But does she look uncomfortable?
Maeve, do you? Yeah.
May, it's okay. You want some of the? I got an apple. You want some of this apple? No, not.
I think Loon. Give it to Loon.
Loon, you want Loon? I look. I haven't, but he looks like a super fun dude.
He
reaches out to the apple that you're holding.
You want some of this apple, my dude? Nah, are you a meat dude? Are you a meat guy? Meat gal? What is they? What are they? Boy, girl, no one's asking, whatever.
Loon's just Loon. And you can give them pets on top of you, scratch the chin or on the top of the head. And also hugs. Just go in for a big hug.
I want to give them the full cat pet, where you start at the nose and you just go the entire way down, just hitting all the good spots.
As you kind of pet it and he's kind of looking at you, you see these two little slug arms just reach out.
He loves
oh, buddy! I a single tear slides down Ziggy's face, and he just gives him if he is going for the hug, even though I'm much larger than this small thing, I'm gonna try and shrink down so that it can try to wrap its arms around my shoulders.
So
he's harmless.
He just reaches out, gives you a little slug hug.
Oh, buddy.
He's the best little boy.
Let's get you some meat. Kami, Lou needs some meat. I'm crying at how cute this thing is.
Yes, no, of course. By all means, please help yourself. I can never bring myself to hug it. So I guess good for you on your the first day knowing this. this thing to give it a hug. I just can't do it. But yes, please, Loon, please help yourself to the breakfast as well as for everybody.
So maybe as you've kind of done before, you pick up a little piece of some sort of like sausage on the plate, and as you kind of lift it up, similar to like almost like the mouth of like a manta ray that just kind of like appears from the body of the slug, it just kind of like opens up and just consumes
Oh
this
shit!
little piece of sausage meat, and then just you kind of see it like almost like chewing it, but not really with like teeth, and just kind of like processing it.
I'm not
I-
That was
I
weird.
need one. Maeve, where did you find?
in my home in the Fae.
Oh,
Well, you'd probably be familiar to a degree with these creatures. They are natural to the Feywilds, though typically not as pets.
yeah. I think that's why I'm taken a little aback. I'm like, how did you make it so
Fucking cute.
friendly and like a pet almost?
We spent a lot of time together. He's you know, he was my friend before I met Kami.
Interesting.
And let me
But-
tell you, there is nothing feels better than being on the same level as Loon here, or two peas in a pod. You know?
They both give me so much advice every day. But Miss Beechwood, Miss Beechwood.
Yes,
I just
me.
I just wanted to tell you that I'm sorry about yesterday.
You're making me awfully nervous. What happened yesterday?
You slept in the woods.
Do you see my outfit? I love the trees. I love the outdoors. I blended in perfectly. No one even knew I was there.
Mhm.
I'm fine. I
That's
don't need.
that's good.
But thank you. I appreciate your apology.
Kami kind of looks down at May, like, proudly, because he knows it took her all morning to build up the courage to bring that up to the world.
While you all are eating your breakfast and sort of talking a little bit, Zahir, what are you up to?
Zaire has awoke when the sun rose because he was sleeping outside. To seeing various rats kind of scurrying down the alleyway in the slums, and his stomach growled a little bit, and he let the rats go up ahead, and then proceeded to kind of jump up and start to fly and hover over the trees or over the buildings, and is going to attempt to catch breakfast.
Okay. Make a survival check.
That is a 12.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not your typical hunting grounds necessarily. But the streets around the various shacks and tents and things in the Disa slums are relatively empty this early in the morning still. And so after a while, you do notice there are plenty of rats running around. There is an infestation here. And so yeah, after a few tries of just kind of, like you said, flying above and keeping an eye out, you managed to pick off 3-4 rats, and boy, what a meal for you.
So above game, I have the touch of death. So when I reduce a creature, I gain 8 temporary hit points.
Yes.
So does that count as an 8 temporary hit points to? I'll just kind of say one of them. Like, as I've had eaten my rats for the day and I've absorbed their life force.
That will give you 8 temporary hit points.
Dude, you're fucking creepy.
I love how you.
I'm not for this.
And I know, this is above game. I want to know so much about this guy.
But there's a little bit more to it than just sort of like catching and eating. So there's like a moment
I'll
after
describe it.
Yeah.
So I catch and I actually eat a few of them, and I save a last one that's like in my talons. And Zaire kind of glides to a kind of just the top of a building overlooking the slums, and starts to stare at the final rat, already full from his breakfast, and he starts to mutter under his breath, closes his eyes, and as like he crushes the rat in his talons, it's almost like he's getting a sense of joy out of the process. And then he
I'm so sorry. The only
Yeah.
thing I can picture from this is sexual gratification.
no, it's not sexual gratification.
Okay, I
It's
was
almost
like-
like a sense of
No,
peace.
we're gonna cut that off.
No,
Okay.
no, no,
Cool.
no,
Just making sure. Got the same
No.
vibes. I was worried. All right, we're good.
no.
And then he takes the body and puts it into a pot. There's like trees and stuff along the side of the roads, just kind of like a grass area. He's gonna leave the body in that area, and then fly off. And then he will be waiting outside of the inn whenever somebody.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest building that you kind of flew to the top of most likely would have been the Northview Inn. It's kind of the biggest building in the slums in that area. It's kind of a large L-shaped building with like a blue roof that you were kind of perched atop of for a moment or two. Yeah, there's kind of ways for you to just kind of keep to yourself for a while if you wanted to, until you see anybody else. Okay, so that was Zaire's glorious morning. The rest of you back at the Inn of the Visionaries on the other side of the city. What are you all up to?
So Kami will tell the rest of the group about how Terrell told him how if they go, take care of this situation in the other inn, she's going to comp their meals and their food day. So,
But we definitely need to do that then.
well, yes, I think that's a good idea. And hey, could be a good way to pass the time while we're not allowed to leave the city while the headmistress is doing her investigation. So
Where?
I don't know. Could be interesting.
Where is creepy bird dude?
Ah, yes. Does anyone remember where he said he stays?
Do I remember that? Do I remember? You don't tell us. I don't think.
Nope.
I'm just gonna. I have a -3 intelligence. This seems like a right thing to do. I'm gonna walk outside and just yell for creepy bird dude.
He'll be right there. He's waiting outside the inn.
Oh, he's at the Inn of the Visionaries. You're at the Inn of the
He's
Visionaries?
in it. He's outside of it.
Oh, so I just
You to the other side of the city.
I thought you went to the north, the one in the
Oh
Okay.
no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So do I just open the door and I just yell in his face?
Yeah, Zaire, you watch, kind of standing to the side of the entrance to the inn, you watch as the large bovine-esque individual that you had fought alongside the day before just steps out into the middle of the street, takes a deep breath, and yells, "Creepy bird dude." Looking straight ahead.
Hello.
I see him.
Oh God! Like
He's right there.
Do you know like it's Dwight Schrute and Angela? He's like just setting his string, and he's just like, oh God, Jesus. Hey,
Go again.
we were looking for you.
I'm right here. Shall we be on our way?
Oh, about that, I'm gonna need like a little bit. I just need you guys. I'm gonna like come inside. So I'm just gonna wave you in.
Okay, he kind of sighs, like looks down that his like robes clearly still have like mud on them. Not that he cares, but more like he knows he's about to go into like has a little more social awareness than has been in the city for a little bit longer. Sighs and kind of just follows Ziggy in.
What do you guys? I just like as I'm walking to the table, I'm just like, what do you guys need from me today? Like, you need me to like fuck someone up, or do you need me to like take care of you guys? Like, I just want to like prepare for the day.
Well, I mean, we're being asked to try and handle, thugs, people who are trying to use coercion and intimidation to mess up, take advantage of poor people. Like, that's pretty shitty, you know what I mean?
No,
So
yeah, not fucking cool. I just want to
I
know like
would
how we're
say,
approaching it. Like, are we gonna go in and just like beat the shit out of them, or are we gonna be
Yeah.
like try and talk them down?
Ziggy, I think it's best if you just, hang out in the back, use your height to your advantage. Make sure you look around, scope out the area, but stay super, super quiet. I think it's best if you just don't say anything at all.
All right. Word.
we used to, in the Legion of Centuries, we used to have this, this game that we would play called Good Kingsblade, Bad Kingsblade. You know what I mean? It was like one of us is, tries to be a little bit more friendly and sort of like lure them into a false sense of security so you can try and, get the answers you seek through, the nice way, and then the bad Kingsblade comes in and says, "Hey, tell us what we need to know. I'm going to cut your fucking head off." So it's like, it's good Kingsblade, bad Kingsblade.
Okay.
Tommy, that's what you've said so far.
Thank you.
I've heard of things similar, but like I've always like thought about it as like bad cop, rad cop. Like there's one bad guy and then there's like one rad guy.
So listen, I have no problem being the bad guy. It's very easy for me to tell someone that if they don't tell me what I need them to tell me, I will split them open from head to bottom. But if someone else wants to take a red guy, then
I'm gonna look around. I look inside here, and I'm like, no one's gonna believe that dude's rad. I think you're rad, but like, no, you walk up to someone, they're gonna be like, oh, some creepy fucking dude. I'm gonna look at May real quick and be like, she can't speak apparently, and I'm gonna look at Whirl and be like, I feel like if we send Whirl, it's gonna be bad cop, bad cop.
I mean, you're not wrong. I can contain myself a little bit. I have self-control.
All right, be a nice
person. Maybe we don't even need a rat cop. Maybe we go talk to this other Terrell and see what she has to say about the situation. Who knows? She might get there and she might be like, "There, that's him. That's the guy. Get him." And then we just go and we fuck him up right there, and the job done.
Good
While
call.
they're
Let's
having
do
this
that.
conversation, I'm gonna slowly just start walking towards the direction of the inn.
You see me like legitimately like it only takes like a minute or two, but like you like get to the door. I'm sitting there and I'm like legs crossed, like yogi meditating, and I just meditate for like 2 minutes, and then I'm like, okay, cool, we can go.
Well, I was thinking
You waiting
you
around
only need
while you're meditating?
I don't know, but like
Yeah.
if you had tried to like talk to me, I'm not there.
This whole thing seems like you need muscle. Kami, you don't need me for this. Kami, right? Like we're training. I was thinking I could just go to the academy again. I have the letter now, and you can just say I was there.
Point of reference: you actually don't have the letter yet. They're waiting until they're finished their investigation before they allow you back in.
I'll just stay upstairs at the inn.
Yeah, no, that's a fine idea, May. What if Terrell or another one of these hoity-toity people wants to come, investigate who's staying here in the inn? You can handle yourself on your own, right? You can talk to them and answer any questions they have. Dissuade any suspicions, if you if they start to dig a little too deep. You can handle that, yeah?
You,
It wasn't me. Yeah.
you, go, go. You just
Got it.
come with it. Just learn a little something. Come with. I'll show you how it's done.
I do love to try new things sometimes.
Well, if we're gonna be hanging
Okay.
out, I'm gonna need you to learn some skills. So
Okay. I'll come.
there we go.
Maeve, just think of it this way. Any skills that you might gain from facing some run-of-the-mill city thug is going to help in the long run should you have to face, bigger enemies down the line.
Like if I do like a like this is good.
That is not what I taught you. Now I'm getting a little nervous. Okay.
He might be hopeless.
I think
No, that's a little extreme. May remember what we talked about. Position of your feet, bend your knees.
Remind me.
All right, we're gonna while we're getting ready, Kami will give like a little crash course to May about just basic stance and positioning, in any sort of hand-to-hand combat situation.
Ziggy, as you eventually finish up your meditation, you kind of come back to and you watch as Kami and Maeve appear to be doing some sort of dance. You're not really sure what it is.
Well, no, what he sees is like one of those things where it's like my hand is out in front on her forehead and she's like doing this.
Oh, is this the training that you said that you were like putting her through?
And at the same time, you watch as most of the patrons who are left in the tavern at this point seem to just leave very, very quickly.
Yeah, we're doing this in front of everybody.
Yeah. No, they're all pretty much walking out at this point.
I'm ready.
I look at Whirl and Zaire and I'm like, they want to leave, so we should probably just go. I feel like they're not happy with us.
I'm feeling really ready.
Yeah,
Feeling ready.
Let's do this.
That's it.
I
Get in the
am
mental
ready to
space.
go. I had to just cleanse myself, and now we're good to go.
So Ziggy and Zaire both being more or less residents of the city to some degree, and more so at least than the rest of your companions. You know the way back over to the Northview Inn. And it's pretty much clear on the other side of the city. So it's a bit of a walk, probably looking at 30 to 45 minutes to get across the city. Especially since Zaire, you're stuck walking with these, terrestrial-based life forms.
Fucking nerds.
Yeah, who's got the feathers now?
Wait, does Zaire say it? I want Zaire to say it so bad.
Not yet. Nope. He's not there with people yet. He does though. Eric, he's gonna ask some stuff with Ziggy unless you're trying to.
Nope, go ahead.
As they're walking, he turns to Ziggy and he goes, "Tell me about you harnessed starlight. Tell me in the fight yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Tell me about that."
So yeah, I have just kind of always just been able to do it. That's why the astronomy professor and most of the professors minus the headmistress kind of tolerate me because they like to study me. Because apparently they haven't seen anything like me, which is weird, and I can just I'm just gonna just call a little bit of starlight in my hand with druidcraft, and I'm just gonna look up and just squint my eyes real hard because it's daytime now, you can't see the fucking stars, but I'm just gonna squint real hard and I'm just gonna pull down a little bit of starlight. Yeah, it's just I can do it.
It's tough to see given that it's very bright out, but you do see a very faint sparkle to his fingertips.
Impressive. And tell me, back at the inn before we left, you were meditating.
Yeah.
What were you?
I was I don't know. I call it I call it my blank space. I don't know what it is, but like I like in order to like do stuff like harder stuff, I have to kind of like think about what I want to do that day, and like it's kind of just like a place that I go to. Like it depends on like how like what my vibe is, but like it's like kind of like this place that like exists, and I just like grab stuff that I need. Like if I think that like I'm gonna fight someone, I like like go grab like I don't know. I always think of it as like it's like a crossbow, but it's not a crossbow. So I grab it, but then like when I come back here, I'm like able to do like attacky stuff. I think it's more of like I just like pick the mood, and I'm just like I'm gonna like I need aggro, or like I want to like heal, like I know I'm gonna like have to help people, so like I'll grab some like bandages or something.
Is that you're kind of like Ziggy's going on and on. And
Yep.
I think I get it. You go to that place to alter your consciousness for the day.
Sure. Yeah. That's a good way of putting
Fascinating.
it.
He just says fascinating. Continues on.
Ziggy, do you ever get doesn't it get lonely being the only person like you?
I mean, I don't know, like it's not lonely. I think it's more of just like I feel like jealous a little bit sometimes, and I feel like it'd be cool to like know, like just like instinctually know other people, right? Just like whether you like it or not, like you see another person from like your part of the world and they look like you, and it's just like nice to like have that automatic recognition. But like I'm fine. I'm a pretty chill dude, so like as long as I don't like do anything stupid, like they generally just people are pretty chill. If like I put out that vibe, I'm like hoping other people pick up on it, and normally they do.
I don't know how you do it, but for the Totoro, it's being together with your family, with your community. It is what makes up our entire culture. I can't imagine being the only one of the only Gvar. It'd be heartbreaking. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say you don't know what it's like to be the only one. I don't know what it's like to be one of many. So, just different, we come from different places.
That's true. That's true.
You do have a pretty sick community of bros that like to hack the sack in the courtyard.
Yeah, but I got like bros, but I don't got like brothers, like.
Wait, can we also talk about how like you just responded to it as essentially the voice in your head, and none of the playable characters aspect or made that comment, and all of a sudden Ziggy just starts talking. Like,
that idea of like me as the DM is just literally just the voice in Ziggy's head that's like, oh, but what about the bros that you hack the sack with?
Yeah,
so you all make your way out of the inn as you're having this conversation. And as you make your way across the city, you pass by directly in between. On your left is the massive library of Gel Lida. To the right is the Xenia Academy. And as you continue through the city, you pass some of the sort of middle-class neighborhoods that are here closer towards the center, closer towards the Lake District, which is the noble district of the city. And as you're passing through, you see to your left a giant statue that is in a sort of cleared space in the middle of the city that depicts what looks to be a massive humanoid on the back of an equally massive steed. And you continue to walk through, you pass by a huge ornate building that is a full block or more long here in the city, with all sorts of various religious iconography on it, as it is the sort of center of worship for the children of Criare here in the city. Sort of all of the various children are more or less represented within this one hall. And as you pass by that, heading across, you see there is also a massive open, kind of almost like an open field-ish, that's kind of covered in on the ground is like hay and dirt and mud and things. But there are a number of booths, tents, things set up as you pass by the market square, and it is just filled with people who are beginning to open up their stalls for the day, peddling all sorts of different wares. Things from across the continent, out in the east, you've got just food that look like individual farmers that are growing their food and selling it here. Just a huge, massive open air market, which is bordered by the large windmill of the Miller's building. And eventually, as you kind of pass through all of that, you make your way to a very sort of rundown section of the town as you come into the Desa slums. This is a very sort of all of what is left of what was probably once sort of cobblestone paving is broken, and there's dirt and mud and stuff. That's really basically all that's left of the roads and streets here. It's made up of a combination of lean-to shacks and tents and the occasional building that was probably built long before this became the actual slums of the city. And on the far side of the slums, you see the blue roof of the Northview Inn on the other side of the slums. It's sort of the tallest and really the nicest building that's here, and even that's kind of a stretch for it. Yeah, and so that's kind of your trek across the city that took you probably about between 30-45 minutes to get across. Especially with the streets bustling now, there's people that are out going about their day, and as you pass by the market, it got particularly busy on the streets, and so, for Ziggy and Kami, you guys kind of had to sort of like do that, like inch your way through crowds a little bit as people were kind of like trying to give you a wide berth, but didn't necessarily have room to go around.
I mean, also, I feel like weird buffalo person and creepy Birdman just like cutting a line through the crowd together looks odd.
Yeah, it's definitely odd, but you got to kind of think of Gel Lida as like New York City, right? Which is like,
Oh,
it's
okay.
definitely weird. And if anybody took the time to give a shit, they'd be like, "That's fucking weird." But everybody's just like,
Get
head
out of
down.
here!
Yeah, you're not.
I'm walking here!
You're not paying
It's
attention to anything.
officially canon that everyone in Galita talks like that. Hey,
Hey,
what are
you
you
guys, I'm walking here!
welcome to Galita. Hey, yeah, come on.
So yeah, that is.
I'm gonna nudge
I don't know.
Maeve. I'm gonna nudge Maeve as we're walking and say, "Hey, Maeve, you saw that library back there, right?"
Hi. Yeah.
Yeah. If you do a good job here and you don't, screw anything up, I'll steal you a nice book.
Could you? Could you?
I would. But again, only if you don't ruin all of our lives.
Damn.
I promise. I won't.
Great. We've got a deal.
Do you want to shake on it?
No.
I turn to Loon and I just shake Loon's hand.
Oh. Just give you a nod and kind of walk away.
Loon gives you a little slug sound.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Yeah, so you guys head over to the Northview, and it is called that such because it is literally the northernmost inn here in the city, by the north entrance to the city, and not much else going for it. That is its big selling point. It is right here by the entrance to the city. It is relatively cheap, and anybody, some of the poorer farmers who may be coming into the city from farther away to try and sell some of their goods here might stay there. It's really it's for kind of the people who just need a roof over their head for the night. It's not anything fancy. There's really not a lot going for it here. Even the building itself looks pretty run down. But again, compared to where it is, it's one of the nicer buildings in the area. So yeah, that's up to you how you guys want to proceed.
And I
This
can't
place
believe
looks
these are.
nice.
Oh no, May, no, it's not. It's really not. It's I can't believe this is also owned by Terrell. It's a little different than the other one, huh? Should we
It's a real shit house.
yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit shit house, yeah.
House.
I mean-
shit that.
Da-da-da.
But
Maybe we
I will say the people in shit houses know how to fucking party though. So like, they're shit houses, but they're also like the shit houses, you know?
Oh my god. You go in?
Is that your?
yes, let's
I'm right behind you.
Let's do it.
let's
All right.
go find Terrell.
Okay. So you guys head into the inn. It's still relatively early. It's the morning still. And you head in there. There's not a lot going on. You see some relatively downtrodden people that seem to just kind of have their heads down over whatever, whatever they have in front of them as far as food and drink, and just kind of keeping their heads down and going about their business. It's a very small sort of tavern area. It's just kind of a place for people to be outside of their rooms essentially. And you see leaning on the counter in the front, clearly must be standing on something behind the counter because it is way taller than she should be. Is the gnomish woman who looks similar to the woman that you saw at the end of the Visionaries, except for she's got white hair that's kind of like rolled up all up on the kind of the top of her head, and she's kind of leaning on the counter, and she seems to be smoking some sort of like small rolled up cigar type of thing. And just kind of sits there, and there's a haze of smoke in this place as it is, and she just kind of sits there puffing on her whatever it is that she's smoking, and just kind of looking around at everything.
Terrell, is that you?
What?
What are they selling?
What do you need?
Chocolates, Ma. They're selling chocolates.
That's exactly
Chocolate.
Just like chain smoking
I'm
two
pointing out where I get my
cigarettes.
voice from, Jake.
Yeah.
What do you want?
What do you want?
Yes, we were sent here by Cleaner Terrell to try and solve your little problem that you're dealing with here at the inn.
Oh, you Kami.
Ah, yes, I see she was able to speak with you ahead of time. Yes, I'm committed.
Yes. She told us that you would be coming. What is it that you're here for? Oh, yes. We have some issues with some guys hanging around. They've been, shaking down the guests. Real jerks, you ask me. Didn't used to be like that. They used to keep to themselves. They didn't come into my inn.
Are they targeting like certain people in particular? Like, what is the situation that you see?
Well, they keep here to the slums. Don't gotta worry about pissing off the wrong people. but they used to just stick to the slate, come in here at my place. And she kind of motions with her what's basically a cigarette at this point. And I guess, they're getting upset with me. They're saying they don't want to stay here no more. I said, where are you going to go? Oh, you got no money?
Well, you don't want them to stay here. They're trying to extort your other customers, no?
No, the guests aren't going to stay here no more.
Oh, because they're getting extorted. I
They-
got it. Yeah, got it.
Do they do it inside or is it on the way to the end?
Yeah, they've been coming inside and,
Are
people
they
trying
here now?
themselves, as you could see, but, what are you going to do when these guys come up to you and...
That's
Where
not
can we
Here
find these?
now?
I don't know where they normally go, but they're usually here later in the day. Come around more at
Dude.
night. People are coming and going, they're checking in, they're checking out, they're getting some food. If you could call it food, I don't know.
I don't know either. It's your establishment. Do you think there's a good chance that they'll be here again tonight?
Been here every night this week.
Can you tell me, like, are there certain repeat offenders? Like if we were looking for a certain person, is there someone that we would keep an eye out for? Like, what would you say?
You guys come back later, I'll point them out to you.
Zaire kind of grabs Kami and steps him back a few sides, sides off from the front desk and goes,
I wonder, your friend here could be good bait for them,
and he hints at Maeve, kind of like,
innocent, shouldn't be here. She was
Oh,
gonna dog him out.
poor baby.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh, we'll be right here.
So,
step
well, listen. I completely have faith in your capabilities. I've seen what you can do. You're spooky and you're dangerous, and I trust that help her in any situation. The problem is when May gets put in certain situations, she can get a little explosive, so to speak. She's a little volatile. Um, uh, for as much as she likes to sort of, put off this exterior of like a smaller kind of like helpless person. The first time I ever, let me tell you a story. Let's take the time for a short little story here. When I first met May, I was walking out in the middle of nowhere, and I came across her being hounded by a bunch of bandits on the side of the road, and she was trying desperately to talk to them, get information, ask for their help. She thinks she trusts everyone she meets when she first meets them, and she thought they were good people who would help her, but they're a bunch of assholes. They're not going to do anything. I was like, oh, I'm about to teach these people a lesson. They think they can pick on this small girl on the side of the road, and before I could even take 2 steps, May exploded, and a thunder came down and it hit the ground, and the bandits went flying like 30 feet in the air. And I said, "Oh, this girl's going to be my new best friend. She's the one. She's the one." So
Well,
anyway,
I guess Terrell would be mad if we blew up her inn.
that
What
is what
about
I'm
the
thinking.
fairy?
Now she is someone that I'll bet she can hold her own under a pressurized situation.
My name's not Whirl.
Yeah. What?
I said, what about the fairy?
Yeah. He didn't say what. All right, Freud.
Today?
He's like, that's not my name. Bitch. That's not
Alright.
my name.
Get my name out your mouth!
I swore.
Zaire kind of nods and then just steps back towards the group. And I don't know if Kami follows him, but looks to Whirl or to Delia and says,
While you're doing this, Kami will just keep shooting the shit with Terrell just to kind of give you guys a little space to have a conversation.
So
Delia, why don't we just make this quick? Clearly you've, have some experience deceiving people and the like. What if later you pretend to be a guest, play up your innocent side, lure these thugs into trying to shake you down for money, and we'll use you as bait for the trap that we'll set and deal with this problem. What do you say to that?
I'm flattered. I really
Please
am.
don't touch me.
Sorry.
Please don't touch me.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to show my skills. Haven't gotten to use them in a while, but I do look like I just came from the forest.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
look fine.
I don't look like I fit in well here.
That's the point.
Are you sure they're all for it?
Yeah, I mean, you're an outsider. You're coming to stay. You don't have a better place to stay.
Okay,
I'd
well,
fall for it if I was as stupid as them.
valid. Yeah, let's do it. I've
Okay.
been bored. Might as well get a little action.
Turns back to the rest of the group and just says, "I think we have a plan."
Meanwhile, Kami, you heard all about Terrell's latest wart that she's been having on her foot, and it is ruining her day. She doesn't know what to do about it. She can't get rid of it.
That sounds truly terrible. I listen. As you can see. So, by the way, for those who haven't noticed, because I haven't brought it up, Kami is missing one foot. His right foot is actually a brass prosthetic. And he says, "Listen, even when you don't have a foot, you can still feel those phantom pains all the time. And there's nothing worse than foot pain. Have you tried?" And he just like listing these like creams that like probably have no like actual academic backing in any way, shape, or form, just like shit he hears.
And May is gonna jump in and be like, "It probably worked. It worked for Kami. Probably worked for him. But I know what can really help you. I've read about this. I've researched it, and I'm gonna just like read off how she can treat it."
Like
She
very
kind
like
of
actually.
she kind of nods to you, and she goes back to Kami, and she goes, I think I've heard of some of those things. I'm gonna go with this guy.
Hey, listen, it works for the my great grandmother when she was having problems with her feet. I'm not saying you're old enough to be my great grandmother, but call a spade a spade.
She kind of ashes out the thing she was smoking, reaches into a breast pocket, pulls out another one, and just lights it on one of the candles on the counter, and just goes back to smoking more.
Fucking chain smoking darts all day long.
Well, Terrell, let me tell you, we're going to give you some time to, see through your foot problem. I don't need. Did she say her word is on her foot? Why did I think it was on her
Yeah.
foot? Okay, I was like, am I going crazy?
No, she did.
See through your foot problem. It's still early in the day. We don't want to, intimidate any of your current clientele. They seem, downtrodden enough. We'll go and come back, and we'll make sure we get these people that are causing trouble here in your establishment.
Very good.
What the fuck?
We've
My
got
bad.
this. We've got this, Terrell.
So yeah, I mean, if you
You
guys
can
wanted,
trust us.
if there's anything you guys wanted to do during the day for now, it's up to you. If you guys want to just move along, anything you guys wanted to explore in the city while you're here.
What day of the week is it?
It is Thursday at this point.
Mm,
We got good fights, bad fights.
May tomorrow, May we're going to go see a fight. Friday night SmackDown will be much better than the shit we saw yesterday.
Are you gonna be in the SmackDown? Or are you just gonna watch the SmackDown?
No, I'm still new here in the city. I don't want to. There's usually kind of like a hierarchy, like a pecking order for these types of things. And when a newcomer just like walks onto the scene, it's kind of considered like bad manners, bad taste. You should like know where you fit in behind the scenes. But who knows? If we're here long enough and I get bored, it could be a fun way to pass the time.
He would take them all out.
I believe it. Big fucking dude.
Absolutely.
All right,
You
so
know,
like,
if you are willing, after we deal with these matters, if you're willing to stay, you're willing to fight, and well, you could leave me with lots of, you know, subjects to examine. I'd appreciate that.
Whoa,
all right, we need to talk
whoa,
about
Whoa.
this.
feathers, feathers. I'm not.
Whoa.
I like to fight. I like to demonstrate, skill and superiority. I'm not trying to massacre people. I
Um,
saw that. I saw what happened to that poor dwarf. The poor thing never had the chance. Also, like, I want to fight. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want whatever sort of, slaughtering of the lambs that was that we saw. Also, yeah, go ahead, Ziggy. I feel like this is important things that need to be said. Go ahead.
I'm like, we need to talk about how, like, dude, like, I'm accepting of all people and all, like, belief systems. I just don't get yours, and I want to get yours. Like, you, like, got a thing for death, but I don't know what that thing is, so I need you to explain that thing to me and us, if anybody else wants to listen.
he, I will.
I'm listening.
Why do you take your mushrooms?
I don't know, like, it feels fucking cool. I don't know.
How do you
I
feel?
I think for me, it's like it removes society's like impressions on you and like leaves your truest self.
It's honorable. Um, I mean, it could go at lengths, and it's much that I'm still seeking. Um, but life and death are really just different sides of the same coin. Let me ask. I mean, one doesn't simply exist without the other. If
Oh, I mean,
a
dude,
small animal is running, if a small animal is running in the woods and dies,
yeah,
what happens to it? Well, its body, through fungi, organisms, decomposes and creates life within the forest, and suddenly, its death becomes a part of what makes the forest live. Now, say a murderer is walking through the forest and has a heart attack and dies. All of the
Ziggy's
evil
eyes are
that
like
he did,
closed hard, thinking hard about what you're saying.
all of the evil that he did, you know, that's that reverberates out. But his body decomposes. It becomes one with the forest, and it gives new life. And in that essence, it gives out good or evil or both. We don't know. What we do know is that life feeds into death and death feeds into life. And at this balance is a power that fascinates me.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, in 2 centuries from now, our remains will be scattered across the continent, various people in the rivers, in what we would call life, but also what we would call death. And really, this cycle, I believe, exists kind of a singularity of understanding. To tap into it, to harness it, both now and to be at peace whenever I die, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So yeah, I am a little more fascinated with the dead and seem to break out of society's preconceived notions about it, much like you experience with your mushrooms. But
I mean,
at the end of
death
the
gives
day,
us
I'm just turning
mushrooms, my
towards
dude.
something that I see as neglected and sheltered. To the fact that the academy sees it as not even worth studying, not even worth looking at. It must simply be too powerful. To understand its
Whoa.
existence, we must know it.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that when you think that when a thing dies, it just falls apart and that's it?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of just like
No,
what
but at
happens.
after time, yes. Those you bury, those you burn, those I raise from the dead, those beings that we fought yesterday,
You
You know,
You you raise things from the dead?
we don't.
Well, they're not like them though, right? Or is this like a
Well, that's
philosophical thing that we're gonna get into right now?
Are we ever? When we die and become part of the trees? Are we the trees?
No, we're talking
Dude,
to a monk. The dude's like fucking.
I'm
no.
zonked
See,
out.
this is what I'm trying to understand. So what happens to the soul, to the person? Like when I fight, I have the spirits of my ancestors that they come and they aid me in battle. It's what makes me a kinsblade. It's the foundation of all of my power, and it's just it's not because they just die and then fall away. Some of these ancestors lived centuries ago.
It's like a separation of like body and self. I mean, it's kind of what
Oh,
happens on mushrooms. I mean, also like you saw me like when I was like fighting shit. Like I go translucent. Like is my body there? Is my body not there? Like the separation of self and body is not like weird, right?
believe, Kami. You know, your ancestors have found their piece of way to live on, but their bodies have disintegrated. And while they also benefit you, they're benefiting something else.
Well, no,
You
I mean
asked
that.
me my fascination with death. My fascination with death is that we, as well, you all view it as this inherently negative, abhorrent, foul thing, when in reality, it's the next step upon a journey that none of us will know our true meaning of, or the true length of, or any of it. So the idea to to devote one's life to understanding that, to understand the other side of the coin, yes, I believe it would. I'll be able to harness that power in my life now, but hopefully in the next and whatever else happens, I'll have peace.
You know,
Can I
I'm
notice if anyone is listening to us?
I mean, where have you guys gone? Have you been walking?
Us
Have you
fucking
been?
pontificating to each other.
Yeah,
Are we in the
where have you
tavern
guys been
still?
while you're having this conversation?
I assumed we were like still like just kind of in a side part of the
That's what
tavern.
I
Like,
thought we were just like in a
like
booth.
it also
Yeah.
doesn't seem like Zaire is particularly like sheltered from saying this. Like clearly, it's like he would want. It's not like he's converting, but he almost has like
Yeah.
a zeal or an excitement that you hadn't seen from when he was just like talking with.
And also, you would tell from like the way that Ziggy and Zaire, because we've been in the city, like we know that like unless we're talking about something that's gonna like make money or something like that,
Yeah,
no
no
one
one gives a
fucking
shit.
gives a shit. No one gives a shit what you're talking about.
Meg, make a perception check anyway.
That is a 24.
24. Yeah, so I mean, as you came in, you kind of took stock of everybody that was in there. And again, for the most part, everybody just kind of keeps their heads down, hoods up if they have them, kind of just keeping to themselves. But you do know as you guys have been in here and talking, you're an unusual group for sure. And there's definitely some people that have been, not like scooching closer to hear what you're saying, but every now and then you kind of see eyes drifting your way before quickly going back down to their, whatever's in front of them. Definitely just like an interest in this area where people are just kind of at least seemingly trying to keep to themselves, but at the same time, like this is a new thing that's come into this sort of this area where they've been kind of dealing with some shit. And so there's just there's eyes and ears that definitely seem to be drifting your way from time to time, but nothing suspicious at least.
And May is diligently taking notes while you're talking to hear.
Zaire's like likes that. He's like, oh, write this down. Write this down.
Right, this one. This one.
I'll teach you this at the academy.
So you guys just gonna be hanging out then here at the inn until essentially you get the
Yeah.
nod?
I feel like
Kami's gonna.
I was just gonna say, I would maybe suggest that we just like, you want to just like chill and drink until they get here, or are we trying to do something else?
No, I can't sit for too long in one place. I get restless. So I was going to maybe go check out the marketplace.
I can't stay and I don't. I'd really much rather prefer the open sky. So
That's
I'm
fine.
okay with leaving.
Hey, other Terrell, can I get a beer to go?
Sure. Hang on. And she comes back with it's a lot of foam, honestly.
Can I druid craft it back into beer and then immediately hand it back to her and be like, "Can we just like fill it up?"
So you can't really druid craft beer, but it's a lot of foam and it's just warm. It's not like
Wait, I think I
anything
have
good.
control water, which you tell me
I'm
if it
sorry.
works or not.
Are you telling me Ziggy is a Karen?
Ziggy's a beer snob.
Excuse me? This is not enough beer?
No, he's not. I just want more beer.
Can I speak to your manager? Because this is unacceptable.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, it's just not good beer. Given where you are, it's not good.
That's fair. I mean, I look her back. I look at the cup of beer that's mostly foam. And I look back at her and be like, I'm not paying for it anyway, so like whatever. Because we're doing this like the tab is on
Oh, right.
them. The tab is on them as long as we do
Mhm.
this thing.
I was like,
no, I wasn't. No, that like it's a knowing thing. So like we're gonna like head out. How long before they come in, so that we know like when to come back here, whether we want to be here when they get here or if we want to come after. Like what's around time do they get here?
Give it 4 or 5 hours, maybe.
All right. So like,
check-in time, check-out time, usually 2, 3 o'clock.
all right.
and they don't come for like a couple minutes and then leave. Like they stay and like harass people, right? So like if we come and we're not like going to miss them, it's like
Oh yeah.
I'm late.
Oh yeah.
All right. So
Sure,
we're
they'll cause a ruckus and we'll send Delia up ahead to draw the attention away from us as we surprise them.
Do we know of any spots nearby that I could do research in, or
Research for what?
for things regarding my
Oh, like
background?
during this downtime, you want to just do like generic research you're talking about?
Yeah, just like go off and do a little bit of thumbing through a book or something.
Yeah, I mean, well, back on the other side of the city is the library, which you could go through that.
Do
The
we know
market.
any other like not like a thieves guild like I was at before, but like a more similar where there may be a gathering of people who may know.
Yeah, there's the Wanderer's Fortune, which is sort of like an adventurers guild here in the city. There is, there's also the market, which has some people that come from out of the city. So you may have somebody passing through that would have something potentially interesting. And the library at the other side, that's probably most of like, if you're looking for something that's like stuff maybe outside the city.
Okay, is the Adventurers Guild close?
Yeah, actually it is. It's on the same northern side of the city, just on the other side of the city gates from where you guys are.
I'm gonna go there. I'm just gonna sneak off.
Okay. Anybody else while we're deciding what we're doing here? Anything else that people wanted to get done or visit?
No, just
You're
strolling and
Just looking for
no,
fun things at the marketplace.
Okay. All right, we'll get to that. And
yesterday. yesterday for Zaire, the guy that runs the MC at the arena, he said he needed like a few days, right? Like there's no. You
Yeah.
remember?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So he's
Yep.
in really no rush to.
Basically, he was like, I don't know what's going on, but like, give me a few days so I can figure out why they're investigating my pit, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. So he's seems content to at least kind of hang out with Kami and Maeve.
Okay.
Like, Kami.
Okay. Whirl, you head up
Mhm.
to the Wanderer's Fortune. So you basically come out of the inn, you walk through the slums a bit more, and you pass by the two archways of the northern gates of the city. And on the other side of those gates, you see a large, sort of multi-storied building with a open range behind it that seems to have things like bows and arrows and targets, and it's sort of like an archery range type of thing set up behind it. And you see the sign Wanderer's Fortune out front.
Okay. I'm just gonna walk in and kind of do a scan of the room.
Okay.
Do I see? Is there like a main person at a counter? Does it look like there's someone that? What like who do I see in here?
Yeah, so as you walk in, there are it's not like there's a counter. It's really almost more like it's almost more like a locker room. Like there's a lot of people that seem to have gear sort of just like hung up somewhere as they're seated around a fireplace that's there. There's people that seem to be working with their equipment. One person seems to be sharpening the edge of their blade with a stone. Um, People are kind of there's another person there, like an elven, half elven individual who's kind of like picking at the fletching of their arrows, seemingly trying to kind of put everything, make sure everything that they have is together and effective, and just kind of fiddling with all that kind of stuff. And a couple people in groups, couple individuals that are just kind of seated by themselves. Yeah, is there anything particular you're looking for among the people?
Just for knowledge to learn a little bit more about what's happening in the Feywild.
Okay. Make an investigation check. Or yeah, give me an investigation check first.
19.
Okay. So you managed to find what look to be two. One seems to be almost full elf. One looks more half elf. And they are just kind of seated in a corner. And they seem like they'd probably be, if you're talking about Feywild things and all that, they seem like they would probably be the ones who would know most about it. So if you wanted to kind of approach them and initiate a conversation with them, they may be. I'll leave that up to you how you exactly want to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to them and just, approach them as if we're already friends. Very confident in myself and sure in myself and say, my elven friends, it's so nice to see, a friendly, familiar face here. I'm new to the area. I'm doing a little bit of adventuring in Gel Lida, hoping that, we can make each other's acquaintance.
Give me just do a general charisma check.
No, really? 4?
Or
No.
Record scratch.
Hold on.
they kind of they seem to like pause whatever it is they were talking about and kind of look at you, and one of them kind of looks confused for a minute. Says, "Are you fairy?"
I am.
Well, can't say we've seen many of you around. What is it you need? He's kind of guarded. He's clearly a little bit guarded at your approach.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for catching you off guard. I'm new to the area. Like I said, I'm from the Feywild, looking to learn a little bit more about Gel Lida and a little bit more about the Fey as well. Um, Trekking across Gel Lida to find some sources of knowledge. And it seems like you two look like you're at home here. You look familiar. So I thought I'd approach. I thought I'd make a new acquaintance.
Well, talking about the Feywild, I haven't been there in a while, personally. When's the last time you were there?
Oh, I just freed myself of the Feywild, about a week ago. Just wanted to explore a little bit, learn a little bit more about what there is out there.
Out here in Cessor Doom, or in the Feywild?
I want to learn more about Cessor Doom, but uh, the Feywild as well. I know there's a lot of really great resources here. I'm trying to learn a little bit more about, the courts.
Well, I can't say I know much about the courts themselves. I'm Jandar, by the way. I was actually on the Alder expedition into the Feywild a few years back. But we were there mostly dealing with the Oberian Conclave. Can't say we dealt much with the courts, though. I know they've been at it for a while.
Oberius, you're familiar then.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what the Alder expedition was put together for. You familiar?
Yeah, that's why I set off on this journey. I know what's happening in the Feywild right now with the enslaving of the courts. Um, I'm out here trying to decide how to best approach it. And who to really trust in this situation.
See, well, I mean, wouldn't trust the Oberian Conclave, that's for sure. We went in there hoping to put an end to them, but they seem to have quite a foothold. So we did our best to seal up the portal that they were using, and we pulled back a lot of our forces from the Feywild. So we haven't been back, and I decided after that it was a good time for me to get out of Sataria for a while and make my way over here to Sordoom. So
Yeah.
Alphadal and I came out this way, and we've been
What,
kind of exploring Sordoom.
what was his name?
Alphadon, and he just kind of doesn't really say much, but gives a nod.
Great to meet you as well. You mentioned something about a portal.
Yeah, there was a Feywild portal in Alder Forest, and it was being used by a pretty nasty bunch. And so we went up there and we tried to use it to go in and shut it down on the other side in the Feywild. But like I said, they had quite a foothold over there, and as I'm sure you're aware. So we ended up pulling back everybody we could find, and did our best to make sure that the portal wasn't usable from there on out.
Yeah. Wow, that sounds crazy. Um, I heard a little bit of that, but I'm not super informed. Like I said, trying to learn as much as possible. Uh, wow.
I'd stay out of the Feywild still for now if I were you. It seems like there's a war brewing in there, from what I can tell.
Yeah, you are definitely right there. Um, Anything else you think would be valuable information for me regarding the courts? I'm really trying here to make a decision and figure out what I want to do next. I'm not really sure what I believe here.
As long as you're running through this plane here, not a lot of fans of the Unseelie Court on this side of the portal. They seem to align themselves with less than reputable individuals. So if you're here on this side of the portal, I'd recommend you maybe present yourself as a Seelie, as long as you can. You get more help that way.
That's great advice. Me, I'm a free spirit, so haven't tried to really follow either of the courts up to this point, but maybe we'll keep it that way. Seems like that's safer.
Frontier, I definitely recommend it. Make more friends that way too. Not that there's a ton of them from the Feywild over on this part of the continent, but we happen to just have some experience on the other side. So funny you run into us.
Yeah, I can definitely spot someone from afar. I feel like we need to stay close in these trying times.
If you're looking for any jobs around here, they always got some posted up. I don't know what you're doing to keep busy, but we're probably moving on from Gel Lida, heading north.
Interesting. Where are these jobs posted, or is there a board?
Board out front.
Good to know. Well, I really appreciate your time. She's going to brush along his arm and sneakily pickpocket him.
Ooh.
Make a sleight of hand check.
4.
21.
21.
That's right.
Ooh.
All
Better
right.
than 4.
Watch your pockets around her.
Roll
Good thing I don't
Easy.
have pockets.
roll 2d12.
Here's my 4. 8.
8. So like I said, they kind of have their stuff off and they're kind of like fiddling with a lot of their things. But as you kind of reach into a pocket that's by him, as you kind of like go to say goodbye, you manage to pull out 8 gold pieces from his pocket, and you can stuff those away if you want.
Nice.
Not really any equipment,
I'm
like
just gonna.
kind of just off and up against the wall, but he does still have his gold on him.
Okay. Sick. I'm gonna give his friend Alphadon a nod, and then swiftly walk out the front door.
All right. Anything else you all are looking for? Are you guys going to the market? Is that where you all went?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as you walk through it, if there's anything in particular you're looking for, let me know. But for the most part, you see a lot of different goods being peddled with no particular order to any of the market there. There's clothing that seems to be some of it extravagant, some of it exotic, some of it more functional. There's all different kinds of fruits and some other crops and things that are there. Some sort of woodworking, little toys. One person selling little woodwork toys for like kids, and there's a bunch of kids that are kind of crowded around there and trying to play with them and stuff. And yeah, I mean, all just kind of stuff you see in an open air kind of market like this.
Question: Would I have? I feel like I would love these open air basically a fucking farmers market, a fantasy farmers market. I feel like would I have like built a relationship with some of these people of like I'll trade you some of my stuff if you give me your stuff at a discounted rate.
I think there's definitely a couple of regulars that wouldn't necessarily, have anything fancy or anything like that, but
No, just like
they you'd be familiar and friendly with. And if you
yeah,
were like, yeah, I got some of this from over here, and they're like, yeah, well, we brought this in here, and it'd be just kind of like trading
yeah,
almost.
just like friendly relationships with the farmers market people. Fantasy
Yeah,
farmers market.
especially there's in the market there's a gnome who is not a mycologist, but like they're a mushroom hunter. Like they
Oh
hunt
hell
for
yeah,
mushrooms.
forager
Uh,
man.
yeah, basically.
Yeah.
A gnome man by the name of Clivum. And you guys are basically friends, honestly. Like you really never see him in the market, but like you're always there, and you know
Oh, yeah.
you're always kind of trading with him and stuff, and talking about mushrooms and all this other stuff. So he's probably one of the ones that you would know most here at the market.
And how do you spell that?
CLIVEN.
Okay. Cliven. If you guys are looking for anything, I gotta connect with Cliven. He's like always at the market, so like if you need something, like he would know where to get it. To the people that are going to the market, I don't really
Oh,
need
I'm
anything.
sorry.
No, you're good.
Good.
I don't really need anything, but like if you people are going to the market, like I know Cliven, and like I got you a contact to like if you're looking for something, he'll know who to ask.
If Cliven could get me some string, like some yarn.
Oh, yeah, it's super easy. Yeah, he
Yeah. Okay.
definitely for sure. Yeah. What you want,
Okay.
Kami?
Okay. All different colors.
So Kami, so I'm not going to the market to
Oh,
try
okay.
and buy anything.
You're just going.
I'm essentially trying to people watch.
Uh,
I am looking out for trying maybe get a head start in picking out any shady characters. I'm also, now that I'm being like deliberate about it, I'm trying to look for anyone who may be looking at me potentially with interest in me being a Tovaro. If there are other Tovaro there, which would be like really important for me to recognize.
Give
That
me
sort of thing.
a perception check while you're here at the market.
yeah.
Ooh, not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. -2. So it's a 6. -2 is 4.
4. Yeah, I mean you look around and it's the first time you've been in a sort of super crowded place like this in a while, like at least to this level. There's people just all around. There's all different types of people here at the market, and there's a momentary moment of like panic, of almost paranoia, where you're just like, is somebody here going to recognize me? Is there a threat here? Like, you're just all of a sudden like your warrior senses kick in, and you're just like, oh my god, I don't know. And you kind of see, you just kind of see shady people everywhere. You kind of just see like somebody was kind of eyeing you, and so you kind of clock that person, and you go for another minute, and then it looked like somebody was kind of pointing at you as they were whispering to somebody else, and yeah, and you see somebody who's carrying a weapon on their side, and so you kind of clock that person, and your mind just going into like hyperdrive of like analyzing all of these people and what they could be doing.
I don't know why my brain tonight just instantly keeps going to all these pop culture references, but I'm picturing that moment from Miss Congeniality when she's on stage doing the
Yes.
glasses, and she sees the
100%.
guy. She sees the guy.
100%. Yes.
God,
We love young Sandra. We fucking love young Sandra.
sorry, but yes, okay, thank you.
You guys remember the How to D&D videos by Joe Cat?
hmm
And he did the one for DMing, and he's just like, stop comparing my original ideas to pop culture. The pain is real. But yes, no, so you kind of just, you have a moment of like, you're just overanalyzing everything in the crowd.
You look nervous. Are you nervous?
Oh, sorry, mate. I'm just no, of course not.
Are
Everything.
you okay?
Yes, of course.
You know,
Anxiety.
You,
last time when you thought that someone recognized you, I can just grow, like, I can make your beard a different color. Remember, like, there are different ways that we can
no.
make you blend in more. You don't need to look like you're from the Tavora houses.
No,
You give me the signal. Give me the signal.
That's very kind of you, May, but don't worry about it. Yes, of course. I can also just tell you with my brain telepathically if I need to. That's always, of course, that's always an option. But no, I don't worry about it. We'll cross that bridge if we come to it, but it is not today.
Can
Did I
Zaire
f-
insight check when Kami said that he was okay when Maeve asked? What do you say?
What'd
Eric?
you say?
Can Zaire insight check Kami's like basically lie to Maeve?
Yeah, you can insight check that.
That's 6.
I mean, this guy's he's a warrior. He's stone faced.
am I confused by the fact that they said they can telepathically talk to each other?
I mean, no, it's an ability that people have. It's not
Okay.
the
You can
craziest
ask me
thing.
about it if you want.
So like you two are like connected.
Oh no! I mean, listen. It's I could speak to anybody this way. In your head, you hear me. You see my lips stop moving, and you hear me speaking to you in your head, and I'm saying it's part of my ability as a kingsblade. You see, we in the Tobro there are a special type of person who are extremely connected to the spirits of our ancestors. They're essentially ingrained in our bodies from birth. A special name that not every person with disability grows up to be a kinsblade, but many do because of this talent. And part of that ability is the ability to speak telepathically with people. It's the name that we have for this type of person in our culture is called a Kalishtar. And so I am a Kalishtar. So I possess ability.
That was fucking cool. Do I try to like you just see Ziggy trying to think so hard like that was so fucking cool like in his brain. Like you just seem like
It's hey, whoa, buddy, but listen, it's not that complicated. Just think as you would actually know it. No, don't think as you would normally think. Something tells me that's a little scary. Just think
hey.
the words. No, it's maybe a little too. Listen, good for you for having big brain. Not every one of us has big brain, but just it, basically, I can in fact speak to people in their mind, thanks to
That's
the
cool.
blessings of the spirits of my
Can
ancestors.
I so out loud I'll ask, can I like talk to you in your mind? Like if I just think something, can you pick it up on it or does it like have to be initiated by you?
It does have to be initiated by me, but once it is initiated, for usually it's about an hour's worth of time, you can then speak to me
Even if I'm
as long
gone?
as
You like
no, you have to be fair. You have to be
I
fairly
run
close
away.
to me.
I run away and I like find a hiding spot and I like sit there for a couple minutes to try and see how long and
Are
I just
you
like I'm like, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
are you are you over 60 feet away?
I don't. I'm just gonna keep running
Well,
away, so
40 feet away, and you can very clearly see him trying to hide behind a very small booth that somebody has set up.
no, Ziggy, that's still close enough. I still can sense you.
okay. But like you need to see me or like I can like be
Oh
doing
shit, I
other
do need to
things.
see him. I do need to see
I
See
was
him.
trying to
He's not hiding.
thematically get there, but but we didn't get there. So I'm asking you once once you enact the telepathic link, how far can I go? Do you need to be able to see me to be above game? I was trying to RP that shit.
Yeah, I know,
To
but I thought
my
maybe it happened this way.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here. To my understanding, I have to continue to see you over the course of that 1 hour.
Mm-hmm.
I have to initiate it, and I can only do it with one person at a time. So if I start talking with someone else, I sever the connection with you.
Cool.
Yes, it is a link to a particular mind.
Cool. And it is sight based, and it's not like, you know, a minute within seeing someone. It's as soon as you lose sight. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we're just like chilling here, waiting. Do you need May? Actually, you wanted some thread. Do we want to go talk to that person or like? Because Kami's over there, like, not gonna lie, looking a little paranoid. But I think he's like,
Mm.
I think he's like looking out for us. But you want some thread? My boy can get us some thread for sure. He doesn't have thread, but he knows who has thread.
Right.
So we're gonna go,
Sure.
my dude.
Yeah. So you head over to Clivum's booth, and he sees you approaching as you're not, you're easy to spot in a crowd. And he kind of throws up his arms at you as you're coming in, and he says, "Ziggy,
Yo, Clevin, what's up?
it's been a few days. I haven't seen you. How are you?"
Not gonna lie, like, I will get back to you on that, like, crazy fucking story. But, like, got some shit to do. I promise you a crazy story. But
Go ahead.
my girl's looking for some, like, thread / yarn. I know you probably don't have that, but, like, can you just, like, point us to who does so that we don't have to, like, walk through a million fucking booths?
Yeah, no. Yeah, Sandra's probably the one you want to find on that. She's got a booth set up couple rows that way. Very brightly colored sign. It's got yellows and blues and reds on it. All sorts of stuff. Got yarn, got just raw, cotton. That's what you need. She got it
Cool.
all.
Dope. If I name drop you, am I gonna get a discount or something? Or, like...
No, but she might help me out if you say that I sent you to her.
You know,
And then
that's like
and
that's
then
an
you're
upside.
alive.
It's an upside for somebody. You know, it's not an upside
Mhm.
for me, but like I do you boys solid. Yeah, for sure. May, we're gonna go to talk to this lady. She's got some stuff.
Sandra.
I, I
Okay.
just like jaunt off and like look over my shoulder just to make sure she's there. Like, do I see how she's act? I want to like I want to see how she's like dealing with the crowd.
How you doing?
I'm stressed, but I'm trying to just keep my eyes on you, so I'm not letting you leave my sight.
Word stress.
And I'm scurrying.
Okay,
Like
I sense the stress. I'm gonna like back up into like just like a clear area. I'm like, yo, May, you good? Like, it's okay if you're not good. I just want to know if you're good or not good so that I like know how to help you.
I'm okay. Let's just let's get back to where there's less people. And
That's
get there fast. Let's go fast.
yeah, that's fair. And like I want to, do that for you. Currently, you want yarn? Yeah? Do you always want someone else to get your yarn, or do you want to be able to get yarn? You know what I mean? Do you always like I want you to get your own yarn. Like, I know that like it'd be easy if we just sent you back to the inn and I got you your yarn and brought it to you. But like, teach a man to fish or give the man a fish. I don't even like fish, but like I've heard the metaphor. Would you want that, or
Okay.
do you like really just want to chill?
I just want the yarn. I just want it.
Okay. Well, you're not gonna have to get it, but like you're gonna have to come with me at least. How about that?
Okay. Sure.
Baby
That's fine.
steps. Baby steps. Cool. So I'm just gonna like kind of like. Okay, I don't know if your Insta's full of toddlers snowboarding right now, but it's the cutest fucking Instagram ever. It's a bunch of 6-year-olds snowboarding and it's adorable. I'm gonna like snowboard her like through the crowd. I'm just like, let her lead, but I'm gonna like lead her leading as like a toddler went through a crowd.
Yeah, so without too much, you head over to the booth that Clinton told you about. And May, what is it that you need for yarn, and what's it for?
I'm looking.
More or less.
I'm looking to build I'm looking to knit some items.
Okay. So you just need any general yarn, nothing special.
Nothing special. Different colors would be handy.
Okay.
Like a
Yeah,
good thick yarn would be good.
you can get like a spool for a copper. So however many colors you want, that's how many copper it'll be.
All right. We'll get 5 colors.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
This is amazing.
What colors did you get?
I'm gonna get green, blue, orange, brown, and purple.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right.
And as we're leaving, I'm just gonna be like, don't forget, Kelvin sent me.
Kelvin? Clivum.
Clivum.
Oh, he's a good friend. Tell him I said thanks.
Yeah. He literally told me to come here, so like, you know, do him a solid. And I just like walk away back to, I guess, toward leading, toddler letting her lead, but like actually kind of leading her through the crowd towards wherever we decided that we were going to meet up.
Yeah, you guys can head back to the inn at this point after kind of going about your business. Whirl, you kind of head back and hang out kind of on your own for a bit, and you see the rest of the group approach. Yeah, as you guys are hanging around the inn, you guys inside, outside, where are you waiting for these people?
I think we'll wait inside.
One of them. You had done a job outside of the city prior to arriving here. And this individual was one of the people with whom you had done a job.
Oh.
You recognize him. He went by the name of Westcott. And he kind of comes in, and he doesn't recognize you yet. Are you kind of trying to hide from him? Are you like...
I'm gonna quickly pull Kami aside. Somewhere where
Yes.
they can't see. I worry that our plan might not work, unfortunately.
Okay. Why is that?
I may or may not have made acquaintance with one of the people we're trying to get rid of.
Made acquaintance or like made acquainted? You know.
Oh no, not that.
Oh, okay.
I get the confusion. No.
So saying, so like, if that's the case, we could use that to our advantage too. But I don't want to put you in an unfortunate spot. Wait a minute. So how do you know these people?
We worked together, in some capacity in my past life, perhaps.
Did you know that he was a bad person who did bad things to poor people?
Unfortunately, I'm not a great person, per se. So yes, I'm fully aware, but I changed what I'm working on it. We're working through it.
Wait a minute. Kami does not usually. He's not usually smart, but this this is. I have an idea. I have an idea. It could work for us. It could be good. Okay. So what do you think? What do you think about this? Okay. Remember how we were talking about how there's like good kings played, bad kings played, like good cop, bad cop, rat cop, whatever you call it, right? What if you weren't the bait, but you were the rat cop, and they see you, and they're like, "Oh, it's Delia. We know Delia. We worked with her before. She's great." And they come over. They're like, "Oh, we know her. We don't have to be like on our guard, you know." And then you start talking to them, and you get them to admit, like get them to say like, "Yeah, we're here to like do bad things to people." And then I come up behind them, right, and I'm like, "Not today, motherfucker. And then we like get them in trouble."
Yeah. Oh, we could do that. I talk to them first, just one on one, make that acquaintance, and then you can do exactly what you just said, just without saying my name.
Oh, no, of course. Like, yeah, no, I wouldn't call you. I wouldn't just be like, "Hey, Delia, like, what do you need?" But here's what I'll do, because this is what we were just talking about. I will open a mind link with you so that you
Oh,
can tell me in your head when you're ready for me to come and be bad cop.
okay. Yeah. I don't know how that works. Kind of spooky, but yeah, let's
Here,
do
As,
let
it.
me,
as you guys are
let me.
having this conversation, you actually notice that there's a number of patrons here that are just kind of clearly just they're familiar with these individuals and they're kind of resigned to what's going on. And so you see a couple of them kind of shuffle up and they seem to be handing them very small amounts of coin from their pockets, and then kind of heading back.
All right, we have to do this quick because these people need their money back. This is ridiculous. Tell you what, and I'll be like, "Okay, ready?" And then I just look at you, and in your head, you hear, "Okay, this is all we need." When you're ready, you think to me, just say, "Call me." I will know that it's time.
Okay. Got it. I'm gonna turn around and walk right towards them. Friend.
So you kind of walk up towards them, and the one that you know as Westcott, a human man, um, he kind of looks up from the group of people that had kind of approached him and are walking away, and he sees you, and he kind of gives you a nod. He says, he refers to you by the nickname that he called you when you guys had did the job together, which was Pixie. He says, Pixie, that you? What the hell are you doing in here?
Here and there. I'm
You looking for
exploring.
work?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, you're always welcome with us.
I appreciate that. What are you guys doing here? What's going on?
Boss sent us down here the last few nights. I guess we need the funding, and so there's the food shortage going around, and that means prices are going up. So boss sends us out here, we collect, and the world keeps turning.
Yeah, I mean, I just took 8 gold from an elf earlier today. I was getting
Stupid elf.
rusty. I know, I was getting rusty. Um, who's the boss? Who are you doing the dirty work for?
I mean, you know how it is. And you're familiar with this particular organization within the city, from obviously your connections and your time spent doing the work for them previously. The criminal organization here is known as the Scalaris Network. And the boss of the network is not anybody that you've met before. People just refer to him as they call him Mute, mostly because nobody ever seems to hear from him directly. And there's various level bosses and things within the organization. One of whom you dealt with when they got you into the academy, and that kind of thing. So these guys are just as they're kind of going through with you. He says, yeah, Cough Keg sent us out here, so we do what he asks.
Yeah, I get that. You gotta do what you gotta do to get around these days. Why you choose this place? Just a dinky hotel.
So, I mean, you know how it is. We got to be careful around the city. I don't know how much time you spend here. You got the upper class, you got the nobles. They sort of run the whole thing. The merchants, right? The city government, and we pretty much got to stay out of their business. We don't want to shake them down or anything. That'll really bring the heat down on us. But they don't give a shit about these people down here in the slums. So, we collect from here. We don't ruffle any feathers of anybody that's going to actually do anything about it. And like I said, world keeps turning. We make our money, pay off the people up top. Bada bing, bada boom.
Well, yeah. Between you and me, though, I've heard some talk around this inn. I heard upper class is starting to catch on. They're starting to hear that you guys are, stepping in here, stealing people's money. Just want to give you a heads up. Don't want you to get in trouble.
Barons? I'm not talking about the barons giving a shit.
I've just heard.
Down here in the slums?
Mhm.
We'll run that one up the flagpole, but I don't know. That seems sketchy to me. There's no way they give a crap about these people.
No, I've heard.
In the slums.
I've made some interesting acquaintances so far while I've been here, and they seem like pretty honest folk.
Make a deception check.
17.
17. He kind of thinks for a minute. Says, huh. That don't sound right to me still, but like I said, I'll run it by him. Maybe we gotta breeze some more palms up that way, if that's the case.
Yeah, I think that might be the case. Maybe just take it easy on these people here. I think they're having a pretty tough time. You can find your money elsewhere.
People up top, they're too busy securing their own interests to fix the fucking problems down here. I mean, these people got, we got the issues with the grain storage, the food's going missing from outside the city. I mean, they're just busy trying to secure their own ticket. They don't give a shit about these people. But if we gotta pay them a bit more to stay out of our business, that's what we're gonna have to do. But that's not my call. That's above my pay grade.
Well, I think you better be on your way though. I don't think there's anything good for you here tonight. I'm gonna kind of look over my shoulder at my group.
You find yourself a new crew?
Oh, I wouldn't call them a crew, perhaps. I mean, I'm picking up jobs here and there. Met a group of people, needed some quick money while I explore. Found myself here.
Well, I mean, you got to be careful if you got a crew working around here, stepping on the network's turf. I'm not gonna say anything myself, but that's wrong people hear about that. That's gonna get you in a world of hurt.
Don't threaten me.
I'm on your side here, Pixie. I'm trying to help you. The network doesn't take kindly to people stepping up in their territory. You know that. You worked with them.
I know what I know. But I'm out here doing my own thing. I'm changing. I'm learning more. I'm exploring. I don't think I belong to any network here. I think I can move forward in whatever direction I want to. I don't need to go taking advice from you.
Before they managed to find find whatever it is that you found in your new crew. That's great, but the boss isn't going to look kindly if he hears that people are interfering with his goings on. So I'm just saying, little advice. If you don't want it, you don't have to take it. That's fine, but just got to be careful. This is a tough part of town.
I don't report to the boss, so I think
I do. That's the problem.
It's too bad for you.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well,
but
in your head, Whirl, you hear Kami being like, What's going on over there? What's taking so long? When can I start coming over and giving him the business?
And I can't speak back to you in my head, right?
No, you can. You can.
Man.
That's what I was saying. Like you could have sent the signal with your head. You could have done any. Yeah, you could have spoken to me anytime.
Wasn't quite sure if I wanted to send it.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh,
I'm gonna say to Kami, hold back for now.
Okay.
I don't want to draw too much attention.
Well, we need to get these people their money back.
Give me a second.
So
Okay.
he says, you really want to help these people. You figure out where all their food's going. Figure out what's going on with that. I bet everything goes back to normal.
Who can
Until
I
that
talk
happens, though.
to? Who knows about where the food's going? Do you have any leads?
That's not our investigation, but there's the rich, the city guard. They don't care about it because they're just securing all the food for themselves. The schmucks down here in the slums, they're shit out of luck because they're not getting any of it. And us, we got to make our money still. So you want to look into it? If it's the food stores that are going down, check out the warehouses, check out I don't know, maybe somebody posted a job about it. You can check that out. But till that gets fixed, I think the network's gonna keep doing what the network does.
Interesting.
But you know what? I don't want to cause any trouble with you here tonight. We got what we came for. We'll be on our way.
Well, it was really great to see you again. She's gonna go in for a hug.
He says, no. That's fine. He's worked with you before. He knows what to expect. Says, you're not gonna get me again, Pixie. Not like that.
That's gonna piss her off. She's just gonna give him like a little nod and turn and start to walk back to her group.
And as you kind of turn, he kind of leans over to the people he was in with and says something. You can't really hear what he's saying. And they kind of nod and waves to a third one that's on the other side. And the three of them walk out of the Northview Inn.
Oh no! Kami's not letting them walk out of the inn. No. If I see them start to make moves, I'm reacting. So what are you gonna say, Daly?
I was just gonna say I'm gonna follow them out very intentionally without them noticing. I'm gonna try to sneak behind them.
Make a stealth check.
I'm not letting them leave. Is
the
the thing.
table. We don't know what's going on.
I've been watching them the whole time. If I see them
Yeah.
turning to leave, I'm getting up and walking over.
Are we
I'm
near
saying that
Kami at least? I know we're not near.
We're all
Kami.
we're all together. We're all
Okay.
together.
Okay.
Yeah, we just don't know what's going on.
We just don't know what's going on. Okay, so I'm just like watching Kami, just like chilling, waiting for Kami to do something.
In my head to Kami, I'm gonna say, "Follow me outside." Not in here.
And I'm gonna reply, no can do, swipes. This is a perimeter I can secure. When they're outside, we lose them. And I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna walk over, and I'm gonna say, excuse me, friend. I noticed the patrons in this establishment giving you money, but I haven't yet seen you provide any service. Maybe if you have nothing for them, maybe you can give them their money back.
The one that was talking to Delia, he kind of looks over his shoulder as he's walking out. Says, these people know what they're paying for. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna walk up to him and tower over him, and I'm gonna say, maybe you didn't hear me clearly. I said, I think it's in your best interest to give these people their money back.
So are you going to stop him as he's walking out?
Yeah, I'll stand in front of the door.
Okay.
Oh.
Make Make an intimidation check.
All right, for Kami's first roll of the night. Come on, baby!
It's been a night of no rolls.
That's a natural 20, baby! That's a natural 20 for
Cameron.
a total of 26.
Okay.
Well,
You kinda-
it's the one good roll you get tonight. So
That's a good one.
Use it.
Better make it good.
Jesus Christ. I'm trying to do this. So he kind of stops for a minute as you block the door from him, and he just kind of looks around. Says, "What? Somebody finally hire a knight in shining armor for these people?"
Bling bling, motherfucker.
You know
Yeah.
who you're dealing with here?
I was going to ask you the same question.
Zaire, kind of like, I think I would imagine our table has stood up, but hearing, seeing this happen, Zaire goes, like, kind of approaches it a little bit and says, I believe if you're not going to give it back, you must provide a service. And he's going to cast command and tell him to sing.
sing.
Yes, like perform like for the bar, like earn the money that you're.
Okay. What is that as a saving throw?
Yeah, wisdom.
Wisdom. 16.
Damn it. If it's the same, what does it do?
Meets it.
Needs it, beats it.
Says, yeah, he saves.
It does. Okay.
He kind of now looks to the two of you. He says, you guys are interfering with the network. They don't take kindly to that. Take your fucking money for tonight, but watch your back. And I'll kind of toss the coins on the ground in front of you. They'll kind of scatter. And he just kind of pushes past you as much as he can to get through the door.
As he tries to do that, I guess I'm gonna stand up and I'll be like, leave if you want to try to leave. And I'm just gonna see what he says to that.
He kind of looks very confused at you.
What does that mean?
Nothing. And he says to you, Whirl, says, Pixie, you may want to get your house in order here. You're causing waves that I don't think you can ride out.
Don't tell me what to do.
I'm
He
gonna
kinda
mold.
just throws his hand up.
As he does that, I'm gonna.
I love it.
It's 30 feet. I'm gonna mold earth. I'm going to mold the door wherever the door would open. I'm gonna mold that stone into the door so that they cannot leave.
We want them to leave. They gave us
How do
the
we-
money back.
Did they? No, they didn't.
Yeah, he threw the coins on the
ground.
floor.
Oh.
He said keep your fucking money, and he threw all the coins on the floor.
Oh, okay. I thought we were not solving. I thought they were just giving us blood money, and we're not actually solving a problem.
No, we got the money back that they took from the people.
All right.
I was like,
never mind.
what are you doing?
Wow, we got the money back and now we kick their ass.
I was like, they're just gonna keep. All right, no, I'll hold it. I guess I'll hold it. I feel like they're just gonna keep doing this over and over again. This is just like one payment. We're not fixing the problem. But that's a discussion for another time.
Yes, indeed.
So
Tommy's gonna.
you let them leave?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until they're fully out of the tavern, and then I'm gonna pick up all the coins and start walking around to the patrons and handing them back.
Okay.
Did we threaten them that they should never come back here again?
So they're gone. But like, are we actually solving a problem, or are we just like stopping this one occurrence? You know, like we just let them go, but they're gonna be bad. Like, or what? Are we gonna stay here for the rest of ever and make sure that they don't come back to this one place?
I don't know. We were told to stop the people who were taking the money, so we stopped them from taking the money. If we
That's
want
fine.
to figure out who they, stop it to the longer term, Maybe Delia can provide us with a bit more
Yeah.
answers here.
Yo, Taro.
Julia, how did it go?
It was
How was it talking to
great.
them?
Wonderful. I really told them off. Really, really got them out of here.
You seemed pretty chummy with them.
You did.
I don't want to make any bad acquaintances here. Do you guys want to start our journeys here in our first job? Being an
I
asshole?
cast detect thoughts on Delia.
Damn!
Uh-oh.
Yas,
Okay.
bitch.
Because
Yas moved in.
The soft little. Uh-oh.
What's the save?
So-
What's the save on that?
Well, I think the
which one?
first round, she just detects it, and then if she digs deeper, it's a
so
save.
yeah. So it's surface thoughts she gets for free.
Uh-huh.
But then if you want to delve past surface thought of like whatever would be, as you say that, what would the logical response be from Whirl? But then if you want to dig
Mhm.
deeper, it's a saving throw.
Okay.
She does know you cast something though. That I will say.
I know that you cast something on
You
me?
can't like subtly cast something. So you like
For
Well, then isn't my first thought going to be I'm not saying shit?
No, I don't think that's true,
no,
Michael.
I think
it's
I think the
somatic
surface
and
thoughts
verbal,
are-
right?
Yeah, it's got verbal, somatic, and
Yeah.
material components.
So you have to
What
like you
if
have to
she gets
cast the
first?
spell.
You can try a
Oh,
sleight of
no.
hand check if you want.
No, he's right.
Yeah.
So no, actually, no. That's only on the probe. That's only on the
yeah, it's
digging
only
deep.
the probe. If I go deeper, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So wait,
And she will know, and they will know if she's probing deeper, even if she succeeds her save.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Yeah.
currently, so Bailey, basically, what happens is you have to tell Jess what you're thinking immediately in that moment.
oh,
Mhm.
shit, I hope I didn't ruin that relationship.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh.
And then if Jess wants to, she can choose to probe deeper, which would
That's right.
require an intelligence save from you.
And she would know that you did that. Right now she doesn't know anything.
I won't probe any deeper.
You're not?
No.
No.
God, I fucking love D&D, man.
Yeah. You know, like I said, I did a job with those guys before. You know, guys, there's a lot to my backstory. We'll get there someday, but I'm really trying to,
Will
change
we?
my way, obviously. Otherwise, I would have let them run. But instead, I threatened them. I attempted to take the money back myself, but he's good at what he does. So there's nothing I could have done there.
Well, why
but-
didn't you give me the signal? I was ready to go, and all of a sudden I look and they're turning and they're ready to leave.
I feel
Well,
like
like I said, I know these people. I know their background. I know how dangerous they are. I know who they're reporting to here. It wouldn't have been good business for us. I was hoping that we maybe, we could get them outside or get into somewhere a little bit more secure. With all these eyes on us, everyone's gonna know.
can I like
With people like this, when you get them outside, they slink away into the shadows. That's their turf. They know how to navigate it.
Can I pose a thought? I think, and Delia, I love you, but like I think you didn't say anything because you didn't want to say anything.
Oh,
Why would she not? Why would she not want to say anything?
Do I get
exactly.
a reaction off of Whirl?
On that? No, probably not. Honestly.
Like I know that she doesn't want she didn't want to reveal herself to the bad guys.
Oh, I just
All right.
Also, you didn't cast detect thoughts. You don't know.
I'm trying to use insight to
Yeah, but I would say
elicit a
off of-
response.
Off
If
of
there's
that,
no response, then we're good.
no, I would say based off of that, I don't think World would have a reaction to it.
All right.
no funny business here. Just people that I used to know doing some shitty stuff in the town that we just so happened to come across each other in. I think it's just bad timing here. But I think, if we see them again, we can definitely go down a little bit harder to make sure they're not continuing the shit that they're pulling here.
Did we check
They-
with the? Go ahead, Kami.
I was just going to say they called themselves the network. What does that mean?
How would I explain what the network is, Eric?
It's basically just the criminal underground here in the city. They go by the Scalaris network, and it is just organized crime here. They have their hands on a lot of the trade in the city. They have connections with some of the nobles, some of the city guard. They will skim off the top of shipments that come through the docks, especially in this northern part of the docks, where like the barons themselves don't really have stuff coming in, but the smaller, more independent merchants and things have stuff coming through. And yeah, they just are generally doing, what they can to make money in a dishonest way here in the city.
Yeah, so I don't think it's the best time here for us to cross their paths. I didn't think that's who we'd be coming across here.
That is unfortunate. I mean, it would be different if we were just dealing with a bunch of stupid thugs, unorganized bullies. But if it's the whole organized crime ring, I think your point earlier, Ziggy, is a good one. Now, I mean, who's to say they won't just send new Goonies here tomorrow?
Yeah, man, that's society, dude. Like, yeah, you got these people their coins back, but like the assholes who took them just left, and they're just gonna come back.
We're taking votes. I say we nip the problem in the bud, and we
I
get it
think
out
it's
with the source.
butt because it's like the butt of a rose. No, it's bud.
Are
Oh
you-
my god, you're right.
Cookie Druid!
Yeah, my nature is -3. I intuit everything. My druid is not it's not like land based at all. Above game. I don't fucking understand land.
No, it's like a rose's butt. Like,
Yeah.
like where it's
How-
shut.
Happy Valentine's Day. Hope you like your rose cheeks.
Clap those
How long has it been?
cheeks.
Hey. How long has it been since they left?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a matter of minutes. I mean, you guys have been having this conversation.
So here, are you saying we should chase them down?
Man, that's...
I feel that, if we want to do the job right, and if we want to prevent this from happening again, then, we'll have to deal with their boss or their boss's boss. It's a slippery slope, but
Yeah.
I don't have much else to do for the next few days.
I feel like Terrell is gonna say, let's ask Terrell what she thinks. Did we succeed in our job? Or, I mean, I'd rather, like, actually solve the problem, but, like, if all you guys care about is getting the money, maybe Terrell thinks we earned the money.
Also, like, what the fuck, Terrell? Like, you could give us a heads up that this was like a deep organized crime circuit. They come in and they say their names. Like, you would think it was mentioned other parts of, when they do this before.
Yeah. I'm just
Were you
asking, are we
talking
a
to
group who
Terrell?
wants to, like, actually do something? Or are we just trying to make money? Which, either way, I'm down with. Are we trying to do the right thing? Or are we just trying to get the money? Yo, Terrell, you know about them?
Yeah, that's why you're here.
But, like, you knew they were, like, more than just, like, assholes, right? Like, you realized that they were, like, a part of a, like, fucking organized crime ring?
Yeah.
And
You
didn't
thought
fucking
we were-
mention to tell us that? You were just like,
You thought
oh,
we
it's
were
some
doing-
assholes!
Oh my god. Love Terrell.
Yo,
You don't think that'll work?
Taro, look me in the eyes right now. Yo, Taro, you fucking suck. But, like, I don't want poor people to get extorted. I don't give a shit about you. But I care about the poor people. But, like,
I'm gonna walk Ziggy.
I'm so mad. I walk out. I walk out.
A punch to the
Yeah,
gut.
I walk out. I'm done. I'm so mad.
Well, that was I did not expect to hear that from him tonight. But yeah, I mean, listen, Terrell, if you expect a ragtag group like ours to walk in and like take down the mob in one night in your tavern, that wasn't never going to happen.
You guys want to work security here every night?
Okay, Terrell. You know what? That's fine. Listen, can you just tell other Terrell that we got your patrons their money back tonight, because I had the biggest breakfast of my life this morning, and I, to be honest, I can't afford it. So if she charges me for it, I won't be able to pay her. So I think we did what was, requested of us tonight, but now we have some bigger things to worry about for sure.
Okay, so that's a no
Yeah,
then.
we'll get
Working security here.
Taro, give us our money.
It's so much just comping us.
I think
need money.
See, I don't
it's the
think we're
other
getting paid.
Terrell. It's the other
Steal
Terrell.
from Terrell.
Taro.
What is this cycle?
Ziggy's outside, Bernie Sanders screaming to the air. Just like...
Oh my god. Okay, listen, friends. Oh my god. Well, we can't follow them because they're long gone at this point, and now Ziggy's screaming, so there's no
You
point in
can't
trying
hear
to
me.
be-
I'm just like, I'm
No, I'm talking to the group.
Oh, okay.
I feel like we'd be able to hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you
like
screaming outside.
Yeah.
You're outside. We're at the front desk talking to Terrell, and we just hear you screaming.
That's fair.
I mean, listen, maybe I don't know, Zaire or well, Ziggy's gone now, but Zaire, did you know about this? You live here. Did you know about this group and what they do?
Yeah, I mean, every major city has an organization like this, but I don't really pay it any mind. Clearly, it does a lot of bad, but for some, maybe some good. But I don't think about it much. If it's the job that we want to do, like I said, beats waiting around before I can get access to the pit again. So,
Well, does the city guard know about this? Like, is there
the
law
city guard
enforcement?
knows. Everybody knows. I mean, I don't think it's a secret. I guess, at one point I was relatively new to a big city like this, and I kind of saw how you looked in the crowd earlier today. It's corrupt. It's all corrupt. And, you learn to exploit it and live within your margin, or you get cast aside or crushed by the system. It's not right, but it's how you have to live.
Well, that's not necessarily, promising. You're telling us we want to stop these people. We have to take down an entire societal structure to do it in the biggest city in Sordun?
Yes.
Why the fuck do you think
Oh my
Ziggy's yelling
God.
angrily outside?
Oh my god.
This just
And
seems above our pay grade.
Best case scenario, we could have followed them after the conversation, roughed them up, beat them up, scared the shit out of them a little bit, to at least tell, Terrells that we did something, and hopefully it was minor enough to get overlooked. But at this point, any major attack on the organization itself, yeah, I mean, they've got guards, they've got people at the academy. It's every system, and we just learn to live with it.
Well, I mean, in that case, we can probably assume they'll be back tomorrow again. We can try again, and this time, fuck them up instead of, I don't know, talking to them. Or I don't know, maybe. I mean, Delia, did they say anything else? Any insight into perhaps, a way we can head them off, or anything, any weakness in their ranks, anything?
Did they say anything about other problems in the city, maybe?
We did actually. I'm so glad that you said that. You knew exactly that happened. There's a food shortage in the city. there's a food shortage that's really
I see
yeah,
I see plenty of rats every day.
gross.
No,
Yo.
Zaire, no.
Yo, creepy bird dude. Not everybody eats rats.
You're outside. You're outside.
You're outside.
You're right.
You're not here.
I'm
You're not
I'm
here.
yelling at the
You're not
sky.
here.
I'm yelling
Go
at the
yell
sky.
at your cloud. Go yell at your
Yeah.
cloud.
Hey, I have really
Nope.
cute mittens. I have cute mittens, and I'm yelling at the clouds.
Oh,
What the fuck is happening? Sorry, go on,
there's
Delia.
food going missing outside of the city. And it sounds like the city guard doesn't care. I think that's, he mentioned that that's a pretty large issue here. Other than that, that's really all I know here. He just told me to be careful and that, we got to stay out of the nobles and the city government's way.
Why is nobody talking about these major? This morning I ate enough food that was like a yield from an entire small farm that could have gone to people who were starving, and nobody tells me that there's a food shortage in the city.
Well, I mean, you got to eat. You get kind of
said-
cranky when you're hungry.
I do get cranky.
He said there was issues with the farms that produce outside the city, as well as the food stores in the city have been going missing.
But he didn't say that they were the ones stealing the food. Huh?
Sounds like he is just as much of a problem as everyone else does.
But he's got a big enough network. Why doesn't he do something about it?
They got other things to worry about.
Like extorting people.
Exactly.
Mm.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
If we walked around trying to fix every problem that people create for themselves, we will waste our life.
Zaire, imagine every rat disappeared off the face of the earth right now, and nobody wanted to help you while you were starving. How would you
And we
feel?
eat another small animal, like a fish or a man, squirrel. If I'm
Small children.
particularly hungry, like a deer, save it for multiple
This is-
days, roast it, keep it in my pack.
This is why I never use metaphors. Listen, okay.
I understand what you're saying, friend. But why us? Because some criminal asked us to look into it?
No, because it's the real. He didn't ask us to look into it. He happened to let slip to someone that he trusted that this was a major problem and it was fueling their crime spree. And if we had the power to try and, I don't know, do something, then maybe. I don't know.
Maybe we need more information. Maybe we gotta ask around a little bit.
You said they were. You said there was food, there was problems on the farms, and there was also food stores in the city where food was going missing. Maybe that's the place we can start.
Great idea. I don't know where I can
I'm
find
so full of good ideas tonight.
Very smart man.
You really are.
I don't know where we can
Yeah.
find information though about these places. I don't know where to find them. I could probably ask around.
Would as someone who's been living in the city for a bit, would Zaire know like where they would store food, particularly because probably that's where small rodents are attracted to try to find and eat, get into
Yeah.
like the food stocks. He's a fucking evil. What do you expect?
Recently, by the docks, there are a number of warehouses. Shipments come in via the ship, or they'll come in via land, but both of which will kind of congregate around the northern docks. There's been a wealth of rats up that way lately, and so you've been spending time there for when you've had some time to get out and hunt that way. And yeah, there's a number of warehouses up there that typically store a number of different things, but probably food is one of them.
Okay. You know, I have seen recently a few areas down by the docks that have attracted a lot of the rodents within the city, most likely for food sources and food storages. So, you know, if we want to check something out tonight, or at least follow up on this, how minuscule it may seem, we can maybe check this place out.
I think it might be worth it.
It might stop our rather uh, jovial friend from screaming too, because I think he's been going at it for our whole
I'm
conversation.
still outside.
Right. Yeah, I referenced the fact that you're
Right.
still probably throwing a fit.
Right, yes, of course. Okay, well, we can go collect Ziggy, then maybe make our way over to the warehouse, yes?
Sure.
At least see if we can spot anything, shoddy or suspicious. I don't know. I'm not a detective, but what else do we have?
And in the back of Zaire's mind, he remembers like last night just like sleeping in this alley in the rain. And I was like, this is probably better.
Yeah.
Okay.
As we're walking outside, I'm gonna notice that Ziggy is probably still screaming.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like screaming. It's more of just like angry
Throwing a fit.
man ranting. It's not like full scream. It's just.
I'm gonna walk over to like. Are there any like grassy areas, like a
Out
garden of
here?
any sort?
No, not really. It's a lot of mud and broken cobblestone and things like that around here. It's not a nice place. It's not a nice part of town.
Any like leaf buds, any sort of seed pod?
And no, there's no trees. It's a very desolate, unfortunate place to be.
Well, never mind. Forget me.
And
Do
while
I
this
see,
is all
do I see
happening,
them? Do I see them coming out?
And yeah, I don't think they're hiding it.
All right, but Maeve, you go first.
okay, so while they were scheming up what to do, May was just like ears wide because this is the seedier part of town. So I'm wondering if I heard anything about the Feywild from the people at the bar.
Feywild?
Yeah.
Make a perception check.
That is a dirty 20.
320. Yeah, I mean, you listened pretty hard. You heard a lot of people talking about what just went down. People were talking about, some of them were like, I wish they hadn't done that. It's just going to come back on us. Some of them were like, nah, it's good somebody finally stood up to them. We got our money back. People are talking, but it's a lot about what's going on currently. You don't really hear anything about the Feywild or anything like that here.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you guys leaving the inn?
I mean, like, yeah. What do we? I mean, I'm outside. I see them come out. I'd be like, yo, I'm sorry for being dramatic, but like, what are we doing? Like, are we actually helping, or are we just like doing a job?
Well, we're going to go figure that out right now. Do you want to come with us or not?
Yeah, I mean, Are you paying for my room? You paying for my room at the inn? It's like a good place to sleep. I don't gotta.
I think Terrell's
Well-
covering it. Terrell will.
All right, yeah, I'm in. I'm in.
Let's
All
go.
right. I've
We're
been
going to
practicing
the
for a
warehouses
fight.
where all the.
I imagine Zaire would start taking them since he mentioned the specific docks in general.
Yeah.
Yeah,
turn
while
to
you're
Maeve, sorry I can't get you that book we talked about.
We've got time.
Great. Glad we're on the same page.
all right, Zaire, why don't you give me an investigation check as you're heading over towards the docks and the warehouses that you had mentioned.
Investigation. That is a 15.
15. Okay. Yeah, so as you're heading through the sort of various warehouses and things set up over by the North Shipyard, you are alerted to a particularly noisy building in the sense that your senses pick it up pretty well. It's something you're very familiar with. You hear the sort of squeaking and skittering of rats, and you kind of see a number of them running along the outside of the building, and you kind of hear that same squeaking kind of coming from all sort of around this building. There's a lot of rats and things that seem to be kind of skittering around these little cluster of warehouses over here.
Well, it's somewhere in this area. I would say we follow at least where a lot of them are headed. Unless somebody has any better ideas.
Fine with me, but just do us a favor. Please don't eat any.
Don't judge you, Delia.
It just seems like a terrible idea all around. Terrible.
We afraid that somebody's gonna find us?
Yeah?
Zaire casts invisibility on himself.
Okay. Yeah, you guys watch as Zaire just disappears.
How about this? Is this better?
For you?
Well, you hide, and I'll take watch. I'll look around, probe around, see if I can, find something.
Okay.
Are you going into the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay. As you go through
So
the
can
door.
you describe the warehouse? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean you're essentially on a narrow like stone street, a little bit more well paved than the slums were.
Yep.
And there's a number of rectangular, squarish buildings that are kind of just lining the street, going along the docks. And to your left is the waterfront, and to the right is this building where you've kind of noticed all of this stuff going on. It's a large sort of stone building with wooden doors, wooden door on sort of either end. And if you kind of test the door seems to be locked or barricaded or something.
Are there any entrances like above, like where I could fly to, like a window, anything to look into, or like a chimney or something that I can like at least look and see?
No, this appears to be like sealed up almost. Like they don't want. They're trying to prevent things from getting in. Essentially, obviously that has failed.
Yeah.
But it seems like there was at least some effort made to do that.
Zaire's gonna fly up to the top of it, or at least fly up to try to get a bird's eye view of the docks area, just to see if he can see anything that might be happening, like traces of where people might have like drug food out, like areas where like animals, like if like they take grain and the grain has like left a trail and animals are like eating it, like something that shows where movement might have happened.
Give me do an investigation again on that one.
18.
18. Yeah, so you fly up to the top and you're kind of browsing around. There's like regular tracks and things on the road and stuff like that. But you notice that there doesn't seem to be really much in the way of stuff being taken out of this building. It seems like for the most part, whatever was coming through this way, either didn't seem to like drag things. It was just taken out neatly. It didn't leave much of a trail or anything like that.
And this is the building by the water?
It's across the street essentially. So there's like a street that's lined on both sides. Yours is on the side away from the water, not the side on the water.
So theoretically, though, it could have maybe potentially moved via water instead of via in the city.
Possible.
Theoretically, not asking you. Okay.
Yep.
Nothing else with that perception check?
No,
was
you
looking at?
notice there is, the heavy rat activity around the building. Again, there seems to be a ton of them just scurrying around in between the buildings as you're up top, and you even notice some along the roof and stuff like that.
I'll fly back down to my colleagues, and I'll report back. Basically, say, we can get in. I'm still invisible, but you all just hear a voice and say, I couldn't get in through the doorway, and taking a look at things from the sky, I can't get a good sense of where anybody might be using a route to steal from it, beyond maybe the water. But that's impossible to follow up on.
Do we know if is there food in these storehouses right now?
I believe so.
Does it look like they fortified it?
No, it's just a regular building. The door that you tried was locked, but other than that,
Alright, so like what are we doing?
Pick the lock.
Do we want to go inside? Let's just, while we're here,
It's
see
locked.
what's going
Did
on.
Are we
somebody
gonna
pick the lock?
do we really want to
I've read about that.
we're gonna break into these food stores right now? Is that
Well,
like our
let's see what's going on.
Alright, can you
Easy.
relock them afterwards? Is that like a thing you can do?
It's not broken.
Alright, cool. I just
Pick.
go ahead.
Maeve, would you like to try? I mean, it sounds like you're pretty confident here.
Yeah, I got it.
Cool.
Are you
Yeah.
sure, Maeve?
Yeah, I read about it.
I'm gonna walk
Yeah.
walk up to Maeve and I'm gonna grab you on the shoulders and just like look into your eyes and be like, you got this. And I'm gonna cast guidance on you.
all right. You want to try and do a check with your lockpicking tools. Which are you proficient with? Lockpick?
No.
You're not.
So no proficiency, just dex.
So I don't even actually. I think you're
no.
not proficient with it. You can't use the tools. I think you have to be proficient. With it.
Oh.
Okay, so maybe I can't. Delia, maybe I'll learn from you. Maybe you try. You do it. You
You got it. I'm proficient with.
You could still do it. You could still do it if you wanted.
I think you just don't get proficiency bonus, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't
No.
get your proficiency bonus.
You try.
No guidance.
You get your
Okay.
+5 dex and a d4.
All
Multiple people
right.
cast guidance
What?
on somebody.
No, it doesn't
Can
stack.
multiple guidances? Okay.
No.
You can't be like
Okay.
that guided.
We're not nah, man, you can only be guided once.
That is
Everything else is
a
just distortion.
25.
25.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right. Yeah, I mean, you've read about it in books. Never really tried it yourself, but you do what it is that you always kind of figured it would be as you read about, and very quickly and easily, just with a soft click, the door kind of unlocks, and yeah, it opens inward if you want to push it open.
Yeah.
Maeve,
That's my
well
girl.
done.
I give
Well
you the
done.
shaka.
I can't say I'm not impressed.
Yeah, as
I wanted to
you
do that
kind
for
of
so long.
push your way in, you hear the scurrying and the sort of chittering of the rats grows very loud, and as you push, there's resistance against the door, And as the light from outside kind of streams into the warehouse, you notice like a ton of them seem to skitter away from the door and further down into the darkness of the warehouse behind them.
Wow.
Bon appetit, Zaire.
This is your dinner, Zaire.
Bone apple teeth, indeed.
Bon
I am
apple.
detecting sarcasm. I do not appreciate it.
Yo,
No, not from me, never.
fucking tasty, dude. Rats, just like grilled over a nice fire, real tasty.
I heard, Kami, I overheard you talking about your gaudy breakfast this morning, and I didn't judge you for it.
Listen, now that I understand that there's people starving in the city, I'm not particularly proud of it, okay?
So
Let's
can
go with
anybody pass?
discombobulated voice.
Hold on, are we going in here? We need to be smarter about this. Look
Yeah.
around. Anything?
I
I'm gonna
don't
do
know,
it.
you tell me.
What do we see?
All
What do we
right,
see?
I'm gonna look and see if there's anything like not traps wise, but just like what is the lay of the land, like what's where are the doors, like where are my points of entry, exit, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so there's the door that you just pushed open, which is like the farthest, I guess, like as you're looking straight at the warehouse, it's like the door on the left. And then there's on the other side of the warehouse, there's another door that's currently closed, similar to the one you just came in through.
Okay.
And those are like the two doors that you can see from the outside. There's also buildings that border it on either side, but they're not connected. There's like a thin alleyway that goes between them. As you push your way into the room, the light from outside kind of spills into what is otherwise a pretty dark warehouse. And first thing you notice, besides the rats kind of scurrying away, is there are sort of these large mounds, essentially, of like what you'd see in like a grain silo, except for they're just kind of like pushed up against the walls, right? There's like large stores of grain and seeds and things like that here. And when you first enter, it seems like there's kind of piles of it up against the sides of the wall, and then to your right, there's sort of piles that are not up against the wall, but sort of solo, standing in the middle part of the warehouse, with like a kind of a little bit of a path that seems to kind of wind through them. But it's a little bit messy, but it's just where they seem to be storing all of this.
Doesn't
And,
look like
like,
there's anything here. Some food.
Yeah, like what are we looking for again? Like,
I mean, you can only see in sort of the initial entryway because it's very, very dark, and with the light coming in, it illuminates kind of the initial entryway that you guys are coming into. But
Right.
like the rest of it is still dark, especially with the piles of things blocking the light coming in from the doorway.
I feel like maybe we like do like a cool thing with like Kami, who can have like brain stuff, and then like a stealthy person who can like go forward and just like see stuff and then speak stuff. I don't know who's the stealthiest
Is
one
that
here.
you're still invisible?
Yeah, I'm invisible for an hour.
I'm whispering this to just generally. So like,
Well, okay, I mean, Zaire, I can open up a mind link with you, and if you want to take a look inside, and if things get hairy, you can always tell me with your. Oh no, I need to see you.
how does
I'm
that
happy to
work? Like philosophically, like you saw him, then he went invisible, and you knew he was invisible. But like, does that sever the psychic connection? I don't know. You
I mean,
tell
I
me
guess
about your powers.
Eric, I would let you make that call as DM.
Say that one more time.
So the way that the rules is written for the Kalishtar mind link ability, it reads as where did it go? Erase it. Sorry. Where did it go? Where did it go? Kalishtar. Which book's it from? This one. Okay. Mind link. You can speak telepathically to any creature you can see, provided the creature is within 60 feet of me. You don't need to share a language with the creature for it to understand, but the creature must be able to understand at least one language. When you're using this trait, you can use your action to give that creature the ability to speak telepathically with you for 1 hour or until you end this effect as an action. To use this ability, the creature must there it is. To use this ability, the creature must be able to see you and must be within the trait's range. You give this ability to only one creature at a time, giving it to a creature takes away from another one. Okay, boom. I don't know why. Just see that.
So it works or it doesn't work?
Well, it wouldn't work.
We need.
It doesn't because you're already invisible.
Yeah, he couldn't use it to speak to you because he can't see you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
he needs to have established it.
got it.
Can I just cast Fairy Fire so we can see everything outlined so we know what's in the room?
It'll also outline him.
It'll
He's invisible.
outline the invisible guy.
It's like the best spell for like revealing invisible people.
That's why I laughed. Okay. So what are we doing at this point? Like, what's our goal? What is?
I'm gonna
We're
sneak
looking
in.
at-
Investigate.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
sneak in. I'm gonna try to stealthily look around.
All right. I can see you, right?
Me?
Yeah,
You can see.
You're not invisible, right? All right.
He's not invisible.
I'm gonna be like, okay, you got this. And
Thanks.
whether or not you actually give a shit or not, you're gonna feel better because I said that.
Was that
Feel better
guidance?
of it.
Was that guidance, Michael?
Yeah, it's guidance.
Okay, so you're trying to sneak in, and Zaire, are you also going in?
Yeah.
Okay, so give me a stealth check from each of you. Zaire, yours is with advantage because you're invisible.
And Whirl, you get a D4.
Yes.
The D4.
I cast guidance on myself.
You can get guidance on yourself, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
It's broken.
26.
Guidance is fucking broken, y'all.
I just crit.
Hell yeah.
So it's a 26
Whoa.
for Bailey.
Wait. No. 14 plus 11. 25 plus 2 more.
Yeah.
27.
So
Hell yeah.
27. And Zaire, what's yours?
It was a crit.
So what's the total?
I mean, it'd be a 25.
25. Okay. So outside of combat, there's not really necessarily like a crit is very good, obviously, but like it's not a guarantee like it would be on an attack. Obviously, in this case, it's very good. Yeah. So you guys watch as you can't see Zaire, so he kind of just you have no idea where the heck he went. But you watch as Whirl or Delia sort of like picks her way over these piles of grain while also like never causing any of the piles to shift or fall or anything. She just like very like just as quick and quiet as can be to the point where she kind of falls into the shadows and you just lose her entirely. And as you guys pick your way through, do you guys both have dark vision?
I don't know if Zaire does Eric Hocker have it?
I don't know, honestly.
Let me
I don't think so.
check. I don't think they would, but
Yeah.
I think I do.
No. Racial traits. Hold on.
Yes.
Eric Hocker
You
have
have
it.
Whirl.
I have it. Yeah.
Eric
I can
Hocker
see-
have
I
dark
also have
vision.
it.
They have keen
Yeah.
senses, which gives it to them.
Okay. So, as you go further back, Whirl, the piles of these grain stores that you've kind of been walking on, you notice they start to sort of shrink down as you get towards the back of the warehouse, and then essentially disappear altogether as you find yourself back on the stone floor. Zaire, similarly, you kind of pick your way through, and as you're going through, you notice, you're walking through the piles of this stuff, and every now and then you can kind of feel them underneath your feet without kind of making too much of a sound. And then as you get towards the back, you notice skittering through the piles, there's rats here over here, and then all of a sudden there's like a whole bunch of them over there, and a pile shifts as a bunch of rats kind of scurry across it and fall and tumble over each other. And there are As you get further and further towards the back, you just notice there are just like it becomes like a just like mass of rats just crawling over each other, and it looks like the floor is just like a moving sea, and it's just rats and rats on rats. It is
Not a fan.
even to you, it's a bit much.
Yeah.
Ew.
I call back to the group and I just say,
They're everywhere. It's rats destroying the stock. I mean, I don't have a place to land even if I wanted to.
Zaire, is there something else in here? Where are these rats coming from? Rats don't just show up and start eating grain, do they? Is there something else?
is,
You say that to Zahir, and there's like as you kind of speak, they kind of just hear the sound, and there's just you kind of hear like the chittering across the whole wave of them as they kind of just are reacting to the sound, but they don't do anything else. They can't see you guys, but they can kind of hear the sound of voices, and there's like a wave of chittering and like again there's just like this like almost like liquid of rats, but it's just all these bodies jumbling on top of each other.
Alright, well, good thing I have this fucking spell prepared. I'm gonna I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Whoa.
Yes.
As you do, you become immediately just overwhelmed with like screams of these things. And it's just kind of incoherent, like shouting, screaming, like you can't even make out any individual voice as you're just bombarded. Like it is hurting your head what you're hearing as it's
Oops,
just like
I pull out hard and I'm just gonna be like, I value all life, but like, this life, not great.
It's like fucking hive mind rats. Like, what is
Yeah,
going on?
it's not great. Like, I tried to like think about what a rat was thinking, but then that rat was thinking what the other rat was thinking, which is what the other rat was thinking, which is what you get what's happening.
Dear God.
It's just I tried to like talk to them and I just got all thoughts all at once and it fucking
together at the.
hurt.
Are you back together at the entrance here? Or are you kind of like yelling across the way to each other?
No,
How are you
this
guys?
I did this and then came back.
Zaire,
I
grab
yelled
one.
about the sea of rats back to them as I was flying overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I tried to talk to them and it did not work and I'm just like, y'all, these are rats, but like it's more than just rats. It's not just like individual rats. I think if you ain't gonna reason with them, we're gonna have to fucking kill this thing.
Is there something controlling the rats, Ziggy?
I don't sense. It almost is just like I don't know if it's a hive mind. I don't think so. I think it's just
Fucking lot of fucking rats.
a bunch of them came in and they multiply.
What are you hearing, Ziggy?
I am hearing just fucking static. It's everybody wanting everything at the same time. Like there's not like we're not gonna reason with them. Like we can either try and sneak our way around or avoid them. But like realistically, there's a lot of fucking them, and they communicate really fast. And it's either fight them or not go forward.
Does Zaire see anything else beyond the sea of rats, like where they might have
Yeah.
entered any like holes in the building, or is it just like the food storage is just kind of overwhelmed with rodents?
They there is like the sort of basically in the analogy of continuing to use as like a body of water essentially. It seems like there is a dip or a drain near the back of the building against the wall, where there's almost like a dip down, and you see things like kind of seemingly crawling.
That would lead like underground, or that would lead out.
It's tough to tell from where you are, but there's definitely something over there.
I'm gonna keep walking towards it.
Is there any other way out of this, or is it just like the way we came in?
And there's a door on the other side as well. That was also locked. So there's the two doors on the sort of front wall. On the back wall, there's no doors or windows or anything. No.
All right.
Zair's gonna fly up close to the dip of the Sea of Rats.
Same.
Okay. Yeah, kind of flying over it. Still invisible. You kind of get down as low as you can. And yeah, I mean, it looks, as you get closer, it kind of looks like it almost goes down instead of out. There's not like a hole in the wall. It seems like this seems to go down through the floor somehow. And you can kind of see rats kind of like crawling up each other, getting out of this hole. Some of them kind of either tumbling back down or crawling back down or something.
How many rats? Like a
How
lot.
many?
All the
Yeah.
rats.
Yeah.
Like
How
hundreds.
many?
It's like,
Every
it's
single
like
one.
it's like coating the floor.
Ah,
Okay.
May loves animals though, so she's fine.
I
I'll,
also love animals, unless animals love you in the sense of want to fucking eat you. In which case, you can't fucking love animals anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Do these animals want to eat us?
I mean, I don't think they would. I think they would eat you if you had the chance to. If you were like there, probably.
So are we gonna kill them? Move on.
No, there's like hundreds. Yeah, so I guess Zaire will report back, just like saying that he saw,
there's potentially a tunnel back here, but that's their point of entry and potentially any opportunity for a smuggler to come in and take the food. But I honestly think someone might have created it to let the rats come in and spoil the food supplies for some other purpose. Other than that, I don't think there's much we can do.
Well, I can do some. Is it a hole in stone, or is it a hole in wood?
it looks like a hole in the ground, right?
Yeah, so it'd be stone.
Hole in the ground.
Okay.
That I can deal with. You get me within 30 feet, I got that.
Do you want to close the hole in the ground?
Yeah, but like, can I get within 30 feet without being in the fucking sea of rats?
How heavy are you?
So it's like there's the biggest mass of them is up against the back wall, but as you kind of pull away from the wall, like it gets less. Like you could walk, like they'd be scurrying probably like over your feet and stuff, but like you could walk back there if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It just gets to a point where it's just like you can't see the floor anymore.
I will walk. I will start to cautiously wade through the sea of rats till I'm within 30 feet of the hole in the ground. I want to actually give it 20 so that I can mold earth 10 feet behind it so that I can like build it up from behind. So
You want to mold earth behind the rats?
Yeah, I'm gonna mold the hole. I want to close off the hole before we do anything else. So I'm gonna move within 20 feet so that I have like 10 feet of like mold earth. I'm gonna basically like pack the hole with like 10 feet of mold, like hardened rock earth.
Okay. And are you guys all following him?
It's just it's just me as my no. I'm like I'll be like no, don't come with me. Like I can get out.
No?
I can get out if I need to. I don't want to put any other people in danger. If I need to, I can get out. But like let's try this first.
I'll stand guard.
Are you trying to close up the
Here, come.
hole, or are we
I'm
trying to
trying to-
explore?
I'm trying to close up the hole so that we can like deal with the problem. If we leave the hole open, we're just gonna have a million fucking rats coming in.
How do we know that it's not leading somewhere else? Maybe we need to search a little bit further.
In the
Or
hole?
is it-
In the rat hole?
I mean, I don't want
I'm
to.
not going into a rat hole. I
We
mean,
don't
I
know what
fuck like some rats are cute. Like you keep a rat cute, like a pet rat, cute. Lots of rats, motherfuckers bite through steel, man.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just scared we're closing off something that we need to research a little bit further.
Wading into all of that to try and go close it up?
Yeah, I'm
Or
doing
no?
it. I'm doing it.
Okay. So you kind of make your way through these rats, kind of like 30 feet away. You start to kind of get into like, there's a lot of fucking these things around. Like you're starting to kind of kick them as you walk and stuff.
Yeah.
And as you push through that last kind of 10 feet, kind of kicking them out of the way as you go, you go to cast your mold earth, and as you're kind of focusing on that, the rats just seem to like react to your presence now, and
Ooh.
there's like this like the sort of formless ocean of rats sort of kind of forms together a little bit, and you watch as they kind of start like still like climbing over each other and stuff, but like in a directed motion now, and they are heading for you as you kind of enter their little area here.
All right, I
These
will.
Is that you?
I'll.
Is that,
Swarms.
oh,
No, go ahead. I will Misty Step out.
oh,
I was
okay.
saving my Misty Step for this, so I will Misty Step out and report that the
You roll initiative first.
initiative. You're gonna make me roll initiative.
Everybody roll initiative. while we're
I'm
here.
rolling dice. I'm rolling dice, y'all.
All of us or
I'm
just
gonna
him?
roll 20 or
Yeah, everybody can roll.
All of
my
us?
God.
All right.
Woo! Wait, do
Oh
I got
no,
light?
what'd you get?
Oh, nice.
Do I got light? Hold on. Can you?
Oh no.
Can't make it out.
Oh,
Is it 20? I can't see.
I think it's a 20.
Oh, it's a 20. It's a 20. It's a 20.
Yes.
Yay!
There we go. Okay, I was like,
Um,
it's too much light at a certain point.
Well,
So that's gonna be a 22 for me, Mr. DM.
All right. Anybody else have above a 20?
21 for Zaire.
21.
ooh.
My God.
All right. Anybody have 20 to 15?
17.
17.
Sasha really wants to play right now. I don't
Oh,
know if you
sorry.
can see
No,
her.
I lied. 23.
Okay. 15 to 10?
12.
14.
12 and
Oh, I
14.
thought you were holding this up to say you got a 1. I was like, no.
14. Not
14.
yet.
Our highest intelligent party member, everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my.
I had this many.
All right. So I don't know if anybody's using Roll20,
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I have it open.
Yeah, I'm
On
up.
it.
but I will put you guys there.
Okay, I got it. We
Your
got it.
token
I'm gonna move the thing. We moved
in
the
there as
thing.
well. And
Oh.
with that, Ziggy, you are up first, and you were casting Misty Step, correct?
I mean, well, what does it like? I was doing that if we were not going to get into combat. What does it look like? Like, where are the enemies right now?
So you've got essentially two main ones that formed up.
Okay.
These sort of rat swarms.
But they're not
They are
next to me. They're not within striking distance of me.
no. So it's kind of like imagine like a tidal wave, right? Like they kind of receded first to sort of gather up and are now moving towards you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. It does change what I want to do, but it's totally cool. Okay, so I will back up. Let's see. I will back up 30 feet to like here.
Okay. Is that I just have you flying overhead at the moment. You're still invisible.
So I'm gonna back up real quick,
Mm-hmm.
and that should get me within 30 feet of everybody else. Can I be under this mushroom, like right here?
Those are piles of like the grain.
Oh, those are piles of
Essentially,
the grain. Okay.
so it would be difficult if you wanted to move into it.
Could I be here instead of the other one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm within 30 of everybody, and I'm gonna cast for those watching at home. I'm casting bless, but in my world it's hashtag stoke.
Do you have to see the people you're blessing, correct?
Yeah. Can I
So
not?
these would block your line of sight
Oh.
because
Oh
they are big
no.
piles of
All right.
grain.
Then I'll go here.
Okay. Actually, well, yeah, you can't see Zaire anyway
I
because he's
can't.
invisible.
Yeah,
So
that's true. I'm gonna give you guys and me bless. But it's hashtag stoke.
yeah.
I'm giving y'all stoke. I like run back and I just like look you guys in the eyes, and you just feel like you just feel ready. Like you just want to do whatever that is to you. You just want to do. And so you get a D4 on all attacks and saving throws.
I'm 32 years old. I like to dance.
Gents,
And that's what
and I
I
thought
say to
you
children
said,
at
Brave, hit me up.
Hit me up.
And I think bless is an action. So with my bonus action, I'm gonna look back at you guys. You guys remember this? And I'm gonna take my starry form of the archer, and I'm gonna start. I become kind of translucent, but the joints of my body glow with like a starlight, blue starlight in this particular case. And then with my bonus action, by turning into that, I get a bonus attack on one of these fuckers. I'm assuming this one because I can see it. Which will be a d20 plus 8. That's a 12 plus 8. That's a 20 to hit.
When it hit, I'll hit.
Right. Blah, blah, blah. Hold on. There we go. D8 plus 4. So a D8. 7 plus 4 is 11.
11 damage.
Yes. 11 radiant damage, if it matters.
11 radiant damage for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay.
And then I'm just gonna be like, yo, they're over there. Not friendly, dude. That's it.
All right. Um, it is Zaire's turn.
Okay. So are we treating each like wave as like a monster, like an enemy?
Essentially for attack purposes and things, yeah.
Okay. So, um, Zaire is going to fly. I need to do my like right here. I don't know if that's showing up.
It is. You're good.
Yep. And then he is going to drop his invisibility, to which you will see, for those who have a line of sight on him, he'll have furled out his wings all the way out, and then he's going to start flapping them, and he will flap them and cast Gust of Wind, which is a line of strong wind 60 feet long and 10 feet wide, blasts from you in a direction you must choose for the spell's duration. So I'm going to blast it this way. I'm actually going to get a little bit closer to this group. Blast it this way to try to pin the rats in this corner. Each creature that starts in the turn in the line must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 15 feet away from you in a direction following the line. Any creature in the line must spend 2 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves when moving closer.
Okay. Strength saving throw, you said, correct?
Yes. But it doesn't say what the.
It's against your spell save DC.
It's spell save, yeah.
So 8
Okay.
plus your spell
15.
modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
Yep.
But that's a 7 and a 6.
Yeah, they both
Not gonna
fail.
be that.
All right. So you release this gust of wind, and you watch as these like piles of rats are like you turn a fan on, and there's like a pile of feathers, right? And they just kind of just start like blowing off this pile.
Fucking rats.
As the rats just kind of, you can hear the soft thuds of them hitting the stone wall with like a squeak. And this sort of, each of these piles is just kind of like temporarily essentially blown away into the corner. And basically they are not formed up into any sort of like creature at the moment.
Yeah, and then I guess when it starts to turn, if it's in that line, it has to continue succeeding on the strength saving throw.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll make the strength saving throw again. Let's see how this works. It is a 15 and a 3.
3 fails.
Okay. So essentially, what's gonna happen here is these rats here kind of manage to form themselves back up into a swarm, essentially. And these here kind of they dissipate, and they manage to kind of like go back to being just like a bunch of rats on the ground, but they're still kind of like now skittering around. The gust is less effective as they sort of have things on the ground like these broken boxes and stuff that kind of break up the wind. And so they're kind of now skittering around on the ground, but they are not like a colony swarm anymore. And this one is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and like down to here. And it is going to... Well, actually, the gust of wind is how wide? 10 feet? Okay. So I would say, yeah, probably took most of their effort to get out of there and move through here, because they were also moving over, we'll call it probably difficult terrain, more or less. So they managed to sort of force their way out of the gust a little bit, and are moving this way. And Whirl, go ahead.
I think I'm actually a little closer to where Zaire is, right? Because I was in exploring over by the hole.
Okay, I thought you came back.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so you're like over this way as well.
Yeah.
We'd be out of the line of the gust, otherwise you'd be caught in it. So
Each of these clumps of rats, do they count as like one thing? So like, for example, if I cast reduce, am I reducing all of one of the groups, or am I just reducing one rat?
You're not sure, I'll say. You're not sure how that would. You're not sure how that might affect it.
I'm gonna cross my fingers and actually let me see. I'm gonna move to like right here in the middle. I'm gonna fly up as I do it.
Yep.
And fly about halfway to the big clump of rats and cast reduce.
Okay.
Ooh.
Con save. Not great for the rats. Oh wait, it's only one. Yeah, that's a 7, so that fails, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll say it works this way. Essentially, you choose a creature or object you can see within range. And I'm going to say you are able to essentially cast it on all of the rats you can see sort of on the outside of this.
Okay.
And so as you cast it, a bunch of them all of a sudden just shrink down inside. And as it does, the swarm itself also reduces as you kind of like fall out of the swarm where you're no longer effective as a part of the swarm. So like you quite literally just reduce the size of the swarm a little bit, as well as the individual rats that like were on the outside of it. And you watch as they kind of tumble down and sort of fall to the ground as the thing itself kind of gets smaller.
Cool. So did that affect, like, for the 1d4 extra damage and...
They have a different damage scale already, and it was changed by it being reduced in size.
Okay, cool.
So yes, but not in the way the spell is kind of determining it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Is that it for you? Oh, you were supposed to go first, actually. That's my bad.
What?
Before the swarm, yeah, but I messed it up.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't really change too much.
It's like I have a 23, so
No, not first. Like they probably shared an initiative or something like that.
Yeah. It was
Before
it was,
the rat.
Yep. Is that it for you?
I am going to use my eye for detail to try to figure out more details as to why this is happening. So I can use a bonus action to make a perception check to spot a hidden creature or object, or make an investigation check to uncover or decipher clues. So I want to do that with an investigation check.
Yeah. You can make an investigation check if you want. What are you trying to kind of discern? Like, what is something that you're looking for?
Figure out if something is controlling these rats.
Okay.
Make them act the way that they are.
All right. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Rolled a 14.
14. You are just kind of sitting there as you kind of reduce the size of these, and you're watching the rats for a moment. And it's very unusual behavior, obviously. You don't know what is causing it, but it's definitely not something that you would have normally seen occur naturally. I'll just say that.
Okay.
Okay. And with that, it is Maeve.
Okay, so I am going to step out from behind this wall of grain, probably like diagonal right in front of, who is that? In front of Ziggy, or next to Ziggy. And then just try and get a clear line on the small pile of rats that I see now from Whirl, and cast Witch Bolt on them. And it's going to be green crackling energy that I try and send at them.
Great. Make an attack roll. Range spell attack.
That is a 24.
Holy crap. Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, and I should have said I cast it at a second level.
Okay.
So that is 2d12. Okay. 13.
13 damage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, the little pile of rats that has already kind of been reduced. You watch as like between each of the individual bodies of the rats, there's now this like crackling green energy that's seemingly just coursing between each of the little writhing bodies in this swarm. Anything else you want to do?
Just yell, I didn't want to hurt you.
Okay. Kami, you're up.
Okay.
You were kind of standing guard in the back.
What was that?
You were kind of standing guard in the back, yeah?
Right. I'm going to yell out like, "What the fuck am I even supposed to hit?" And I'm going to rush forward my full 30 feet up to this
Euro step around Ziggy there.
Yep.
Oh, it's my
And
favorite basketball move. It's the best one.
it's fucking disgusting. I'm gonna bonus action Kin's Fury.
Okay.
Do I have to roll my dice?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's what I wanted. Number 1, baby.
Okay. I gotta write
Denise
this
is
down.
coming out to play.
Go ahead and describe that one.
All right, so last time Kami entered the Kinsuri, the specter of this like kind of slight slim man in long robes kind of apparated with him, and this time as this white energy, this mist kind of starts to swirl around Kami, he starts cackling like a fucking madman. And behind him, even taller than him, standing at about like 6'7", 6'8", is this menacing woman with this giant long braid running down her back. This big like armor all over her body, like shoulder plates, everything like that. And Kami's just gonna like run forward, like screaming at the top of his lungs, and just like swing down as hard as he can with his glaive.
Okay. So when you use that, typically there's an effect that happens.
Right.
But the rats are too stupid to be afraid.
I had a hunch it was not going to really play a role, but yeah.
But yes, you run at them and go ahead and make your attack roll.
Okay. Then I might as well roll for my blessing. Okay. I think it's a dirty 20.
Okay.
It's a 21, as a matter of fact.
Definitely
Yo.
hit. Full damage.
And that will be 15 slashing damage.
15. All right. Yeah, so you rush forward and this pile of rats, you kind of just swing through it with your glaive. And you just basically cut it down, and there's like some of them go flying, and like the rest of them kind of just spread out across the ground as like the swarm that was kind of forming this shape just kind of disintegrates a little bit and melds back into sort of the writhing mass on the ground. And some of them seem to scurry for the hole in the back as it happens. So that one was down. And you're left with still a bunch of there's still a bunch of rats that are just kind of like scurrying on the ground, but you notice that some of them now are starting to head towards the hole in the back.
That I just melded with stone, or that I did not meld with stone?
You did not yet meld the
I
stone. You
don't know
didn't
today.
have to.
That's fine. Let them run, and then we'll mold it up behind them.
Kami, anything else from you?
Nope, that's my action bonus action.
Okay. Ziggy?
Okay, cool. So I see them. Do I see all of the rats fleeing towards the hole?
Still a big swarm of them in the back, but some of them have started to. The ones that fell from the swarm that Kami hit started to rush back towards the rest of them.
Okay, so like, this area kind of clear? Is this like?
Say clear now.
Okay. In that case, I
Also,
will.
there's still a gust of wind through there, I believe.
So pushing everything this way. Okay, cool. I will just go ahead and I will run 30 feet. Can I get here? Or do I need to like go 15 and then another 15?
Yeah, you could. It would be like difficult terrain moving through the pile,
Okay.
so you have to go around.
So I'll go 15 and then 15. So right there. Are there a lot of rats around me at this point? I can't quite tell.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell here. There's definitely still a bunch like running around on the ground.
All right,
There's not-
I'll just cast a first level thunder wave.
Okay. Is that within 5 feet of you?
Yeah, 5 feet of me.
Okay.
Just why I'm specifically
yeah.
not gonna hit Whirl.
Go ahead and just roll damage on it.
All right, 2d8. Ooh, an 8 and a 7. It's 15.
All right. So yeah, you watch as you cast it. Like there's basically immediately a 5-foot radius around you that is just completely cleared of rats for a moment. As a bunch of these some of them get straight up disintegrated, some of them go flying up into the wall. Some of them just get pushed into the rest of them that are scurrying around and like kind of tumble over each other and keep running around.
Cool. And then with my bonus action, I want to pick out if there's any direction where some of the rats are fleeing. I want to shoot my bonus action Starry Form Archer Bolt, kind of like in a way that like you shoot it to like redirect them towards the hole. You know what I mean? Like if they're running this way, I shoot up ahead of them to like make them detour towards the hole.
Um,
I'm not
Yeah, I
trying
mean,
to do damage. I'm just trying to like redirect anyone that's running away.
Yeah. Honestly, make an animal handling check.
Okay. Animal handling is pretty fucking good actually. All right. It's a 16 plus 4, 20.
Yeah, you're watching as they're
Hmm.
kind of scurrying around, and you kind of shoot over in the direction of kind of one of the, I don't know what you call it, almost like a murmuration. And as you do, a bunch of them kind of move towards the open grate. That's more or less effective to a degree.
Cool. And then I'll yell out like, "Herd them into the grate. I can close it off."
Okay. Zaire.
So hearing that Zaire still has the gust of wind coming from him, so he is going to move. So it's going this way. I think I understand this right. He's going to, and hearing Michael, Ziggy, he's going to kind of move in like a semicircle around the grate, so that the gust of wind starts to like sweep and push rats into the grate. That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I think
So
it's as you're moving,
Yeah.
because none of it is going to be happening for like a full action. It's not going to like vacuum them into it necessarily, but like it'll start to
Sure.
kind of push and tumble and deal damage to some of
Okay.
these things as it's moving.
Yeah, so he'll be right here, and then it'll just be going like that.
Okay. Are you in the air? You'd have to be on the ground now, right? I think
Sure.
to get
I'll be on
the
the ground.
direction,
Yeah.
otherwise you're just kind of pushing them into the ground.
Yeah. I'll be in the ground, and that's just my movement, right?
Yep.
Because
That was your movement, and then yeah, you're maintaining concentration on the gust spell, I believe.
yeah. Okay, then I'm going to also just cast. Is there any like There's no mound of them left. They're just scattering.
Eric?
No, I said not at the moment. Also, wait, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Gust, I think Gust is instantaneous. It's not a concentration spell, so it stopped after you were done.
No, it says duration up to concentration up to 1 minute.
Is it Gust or
Gust of
Gust
wind.
of wind?
Oh, Gust of wind. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. Because they can also change it as a bonus action.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. Yeah. No. So there's no like swarm that has formed currently. They're just back to running around on the ground.
Okay. Then I'll just cast like. Actually, can I actually hold my action since I only moved or no? Would move would be an action.
What action are you holding?
A attack action, or do I have to say which one specifically?
If you just want to hold like a talon attack or something, you can do that.
I'm gonna hold guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt. Okay. Okay, got
And
it.
so, like, basically, watched it. If I see it start to rise back up again, Zaire will cast Guiding Bolt on the mound of rats.
Okay. All right. Whirl, you're up.
Do something similar and just move almost as if I'm trying to herd them. I'm flying right now. Like in a little semicircle to try to direct any towards the hole, and then I'm going to hold my short bow attack.
So do you want to like be over here on the other side of the semicircle?
On the
Okay. Okay. All right. So, at the beginning of the swarm's turn. Okay. It is gonna they're gonna start to reform. One of them's gonna reform over here by Ziggy, but it's gonna be small because he used Thunder Wave and killed a bunch of them. And the other one is gonna reform over here by Kami. And they're each going to make attacks.
Would I got to use my action now or later?
Guiding Bolt. Yeah, once they reform, I mean, they're behind you, but like if you were kind of keeping 360, I would say probably the larger one would be easier for you to notice if you want to use Guiding Bolt on that.
Okay.
And then
4d6.
Whirl, if you want to use bow attack against it as well.
yeah.
That is 10 radiant damage, and then just the next attack roll made against that mound has advantage.
Whirl, did you release an attack?
Yep, I rolled an 11.
11. 11 will miss.
Yep.
It kind of like sticks into the group and everything, but like it just gets lost among the scuttle of all the rats. Okay, so then they're going to attack Kami, the first one. Which is 18 to hit.
Mhm.
And that is going to do 15 points of piercing damage.
So 7.
7, and then make a Constitution saving throw for me as well.
Oh
And
no.
I get blessed on this, yeah?
Yes, yep, you still would.
Okay. That is a 17.
Okay. And then the other one's going to attack Ziggy. And that is 23 to hit.
Yeah, it'll hit.
And that is going to be 7 points of piercing damage, and another Constitution saving throw for you as well.
Constitution saving throw. Not one of my best. That's gonna be us. 14 plus 2, 16.
16, you're all set. Okay. And the rats that are kind of within this semicircle of the gust and from Ziggy's kind of guiding attack are now starting to sort of filter down through the broken grate at the back. And it is Maeve.
Okay, I still have the connection with the horde, with the.
You don't.
Witch
When
bolt?
Kami essentially killed that version of it, the witch bolt faded as well.
Oh. Okay. Is there an opportunity for me to use gust to push some of them
would-
more into the hole?
Also hit Kami at the moment if you're trying to gust the swarm. You could gust like the skittering murmuration of them, But then again, there's also Zaire in the way.
Okay. What to do? Let me see my distance here to be able to get to the horde. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I'm gonna run to flank Kami, and I'm gonna bring out my sword and brandish it in front of me, and I'm going to cast green flame blade. So that's what I'll use against it, and I'll just try and slash at the horde.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack with it.
You get advantage,
is-
Jess.
I do?
You do.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's good because I rolled a 3 and then a 15.
And a
Hmm.
D4 from plus.
Oh, okay. So 15 plus 1. So 16 plus. That's all I got. 16
16 to hit.
to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. And so it is going to do 1d8 thunder damage. So it's just gonna you're all gonna hear like a big boom as it hits. And that's a whopping 3.
Is it not fire damage from Green Flame Blade?
Did I have the wrong? Oh, it is. It's fire damage. Sorry. Yeah. I was looking at another one. It's fire damage. 1d8. So 3.
3 fire damage.
Yep.
Okay. The rather disturbing smell of singed flesh and fur starts to kind of radiate from this this swarm, and it is also noticeably reduced in size as the green flame blade kind of swings through it, and there's kind of smoke coming up from it still as it does. Anything else?
It says that the fire damage to the second creature increases to 1d8. So I can hit like 2 creatures. So if this is a horde, how would that work?
You can cause the green fire to leap from the target to a different creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet of it. For the purposes of combat, this is treated essentially as one creature.
Okay.
But and then what you're looking at is at 5th level. I think you're looking at it. It goes up to 1d8 versus
8.
what it would
Okay.
normally be. Yep.
Okay. All right. That's it.
All right, Kami.
Okay.
Do you get advantage on strength and dex checks, right? Not constitution.
No, it's strength, and then strength when raging, and dex always
Got it. Okay.
on stuff I can see.
Yep.
Okay, so I mean at this point there's still a storm in front of me, yeah?
There's a smaller. It was just reduced by Maeve as she swung through it.
And then the rest of the rats are just scurrying through the hole.
Small one that formed over by Ziggy, and now the rest of them with Zaire's Gust are kind of being now like pushed back down that hole.
Okay, I'm gonna bonus action create my echo.
Okay.
So now this like ghostly form of this woman takes shape, and she like is like a real kind of like tangible looking person now, and she looks fucking wild, y'all. She's like crazy, this lady.
Are we talking Baba Yaga? Is it Baba Yaga?
No, it's not Baba Yaga. And she's gonna go. I'm gonna send her and have her go charging towards the other swarm. Excuse me. And then I'm gonna unleash incantation, so her and I both attack at the same time. I attack my swarm, she attacks her swarm.
Go ahead and make those attacks.
All right, me first is a. Oh wait. Plus 17 to hit.
17 to hit. Yes, that hits. Yep.
Okay, and so that attack is going to do. That was good. Oh, it's almost an activity roll. Okay. That's a 2 activity roll. Oh my god, I love this feat so much, or this whatever it's called. That's okay. That's a 6 plus 7, so 13 splashing.
And that was to yours or the echo? Sorry.
That's the swarm in front of Kami.
Okay. 13 there.
And then
Yep, go ahead.
And then Yaniza's attack is a 16 plus things.
Mhm.
Okay. And then she will do a 10 plus 7, so 17.
17.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So at the same time, you both kind of swing. Does she use the same glaive as you?
She does have Kanulum, yes, she does.
Okay. So at the same time,
Selidrith does not. Selidrith has a little sword, but she has Kanulum.
got it. So at the same time, mirroring each other as she's kind of on the other side of the other swarm, you both kind of take the glaive out and cut through, and both at the same time, what's left of these swarms, again, just fades back into the ground, and they sort of scurry away back towards the rest of them, and some of them get caught up in the gust as they do, and just get tumbled and thrown towards the grate. I'm gonna say with that, with the rest of the ones that are left, they're kind of scattering down the grate, and we can drop out of initiative now if you guys want, however you guys want to handle it.
We did it! We did it!
Ziggy is
Ziggy's gonna run up to the hole, and he's gonna start melting stone to just like from the bottom up. He's gonna go up to Kami and be like, "Hold my feet, dude." And then he's gonna like lean.
Kami. Sorry, go ahead.
He's just gonna lean into the hole and like leave his feet out to try and get deep to like pull up some stone to like have like a solid 10 feet of stone in that hole, so they can't easily come up at least.
Any rat stragglers anywhere? Can we see
I
any more?
mean, there's like a couple that are now just like retreating to the corners and kind of like scurrying through holes in the stone to get out of the building and stuff.
You hungry?
Oh, just wondering if we should grab one to do a little bit of.
Oh, I really don't want to go back into their brain, to be honest.
Not a
Brain
bad idea though.
sucks.
Oh yeah, I drop out of my Ken's state.
Okay.
Not the.
Maybe it'll be better than having thousands like we just dealt with. You might be able to talk to one, see what's happening.
Bring it to the academy. We have allies there. Maybe someone can figure out what the hell is wrong with these stupid rats.
That's a good point. I got connections.
Here, do you want to grab one? Hold on to one? We have to keep it alive.
Hold on it until how long? I mean, we're not allowed back at the academy.
No,
He might-
Ziggy's not allowed back at the academy. The rest of us are.
I thought about.
You guys
Ziggy was told not to come back.
Ziggy was told not to come back as well, but that's because Ziggy always seems to just find ways to get in. You all were also not allowed in because you didn't have the letter of entry.
The secret is
They weren't like,
step.
stay away from the academy. It was just like, if you try and go in, similar to how you guys tried to get in the first time, they'd be like, we can't let you in, you don't have a letter of entry.
Okay.
But if you wanted to try and talk to somebody, potentially you could, you know.
Yeah.
If you
They don't
wanted to-
have like our faces behind the desk of like Joe. Yeah.
Exactly. Ziggy's face
Yeah.
is,
Except for
but
Ziggy.
he gets in anyway, so it doesn't matter.
But the guys at the front, the gals and guys and everybody at the front desk is just like, they love me. They don't get why the
all
head
right.
hates me.
Here, grab
So
one.
your suggestion is to take the rats to the academy.
Well, someone I don't know,
Yeah.
someone that knows more than I do about a fucking rat. They just grab it and we'll take it somewhere.
It did not feel great when I was in there. So there's
Do
not a
not judge
fucking
me.
rat. Are you gonna eat it?
No.
Don't eat it.
Zaire goes to a rat, and Eric, you can tell me if this is how I would do this or not. But as he grabs the rat, he's gonna cast inflict wounds until he has it at like so weak that it wouldn't be able to like actively hurt me, and then also balance it out with spare the dying. So he's essentially like gonna try to keep it alive, and like he is controlling its life force.
Yeah, that's absolutely
okay.
something you can do. With a single rat, as you pick it up, it keeps trying to like bite at you still and like bite you. But pretty much as soon as you touch it, you cast inflict wounds. And with one rat, one casting inflict wounds, that thing's dead. But
Yeah.
before it like fully dies, you also then cast spare the dying, and
Yep.
so you have this essentially unconscious rat that you can bring with you.
Cool.
Ooh.
All right.
This is not what I was expecting.
And I think you guys can discuss how you want to handle this off game, but for now I think we're gonna call it there. As we're now hitting
Timing.
midnight here on the East Coast.
That timing.
And yeah, it actually worked out pretty well. And so you guys have a 2 weeks to figure out, who you need to go to or what you want to ask and what you're dealing with.
Wow, this is a rat race if I ever saw
Ha!
one.
This isn't invited.
Shut it down, Michael. Shut it down now before she makes another one.
Nah,
Shut
do it
it
all day.
down.
All day. Pun Master Flex over there.
Got it.
Well, there you go. So we will pick this back up in 2 weeks.
For sure.
Alrighty.
Can't wait.
Cheers,
All right, guys.
everybody.
Woo! Thanks to anyone who joined us.